Good evening, and welcome to tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. As always, before we jump into tonight's episode, we do have several announcements actually this evening to get through. The first, of course, being your weekly reminder that we have quiz questions available every Tuesday and Friday under the post section of our YouTube channel. You can head over to @Arcane_Adventures to click over to that post tab and test your knowledge and wit about the lore of the world that we play in here at Arcane Adventures, which is the world of Alethea. We also have shorts in conjunction with those quiz sessions, releasing every Tuesday and Friday that highlight the most iconic and funny moments of our session episodes for your laughs and enjoyment on the internet. Also, folks, we are super excited that we have actually launched onto new social media platforms as of right now. So you can go check out our Instagram at TTRPG Arcane Adventures, and go check out our TikTok as well, which is the same as our YouTube, Arcane_Adventures. These will be also in our video description, so you can check down below from here on out. But that'll be a really cool thing that we're excited to get started for you folks. Also, we'll be doing some downtime activities in session this evening, so the format for this episode may look a little bit different than our traditional format, so just bear that in mind. But that is all of our session announcements. So let's go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. All right, folks, welcome back. Last we left off, Lorem Ipsum had dispersed across the city of Provonere to tend to more personal matters. Pura paid a visit to Madame Lepori, selling one of his relics that he acquired in the city of Aidan, while the rest of our group kind of decided to take on a different task as they begin to prepare for this downtime activity we'll be experiencing this evening. But after an amalgamation of vegetable farming and speaking with a holy priest and wandering across the city, we have all returned nonetheless to sit down for dinner. And in that sit down, or at least most of Lorem Ipsum, did a little bit of experimentation on figuring out what exactly the Gilded Order restricts and does not restrict when it comes to sending and messaging spells. Finding, at least based on Paloma's hypothesis, that you do in fact need a bank account at the Voyage Reserve that they can debit for that. So, something to keep in mind, I suppose. But as Altrix was crafting deeper into the evening, a unfortunate ringing in his ears continued to persist. As the next day came to us and came and went, each of us kind of focusing on different activities amongst ourselves as well. The morning started off a little rocky, with a disagreement fundamentally amongst Lorem Ipsum that prompted each of them to spend some time apart from each other to accomplish other tasks. Sizik and Paloma returned to the Voyage Reserve to right a wrong on the records of his bank account, because Sizik is in fact alive, contrary to what the Provonere records might want you to believe. And Marek and Genevieve visited Madame Lepori to do a little, catching up and paying off Genevieve's loot, and that was a very fun experience. And Sizik and Paloma joined them, and Sizik acquired a loot box, so to speak, as that's what we're calling it, and did a little gambling. And I'm sure we'll find out what all of that entails at a later point. But Altrix continued crafting, realizing that the ringing in his ears was not going to subside, and decided to pay a visit to the medical clinic, the Dr. Chris Medical Clinic here in Provonere, where the physician he spoke to promptly diagnosed him with a concussion or tinnitus, of which neither Altrix truly believes that he has. That being said, though, he did learn some other things upon investigating that a bit more. But as night comes across the city of Provonere once again, that is the evening of the 29th of the month of Imtet here in the city of Provonere, as people once again stare into the night sky and note that different celestial bodies, the moon Felro is closer to the planet of Alethea than it once was a few nights ago, but it is not falling anymore. And there are also planetary rings that abound around the night sky. But as evening overtakes the city and each of our adventurers find rest, they commence on a journey that we will explore tonight. Some downtime activities, some personal quests and assignments that they'd each like to take care of. And that is where we'll pick up on the next morning, early, and we will begin now with Chapter 9, Episode 4, 1 week later. Now, We open today with Marek. Marek, after a bit of contemplation after the events of yesterday have kind of set in, for yourself at least, you've decided that you would wake up early, and actually we see you strolling through the Hexed Marketplace here in the city of Provonere. Now, it's probably 7:30 or so when you are here, so the city is not quite its most alive state yet, although it's getting there. But you are looking for work. And you stumble across a place that you might be able to find some labor at a blacksmithing corporation known as Steel and Thundelver. Now, this is a rather large storefront facing here on the southeast side of the Hex. And as you push through the double doors, they actually, you can see that there's like a little placard in the window that explains that they've changed their business hours and they're actually opening earlier and closing earlier. But you pay not much mind to that as you push through the doors and step into a rather impressive store lined with all assortments of different crafting tools, different raw materials and metals and ores, and also different utilities, like you would find shovels and rakes. There's also swords and breastplates and armor of all shapes and sizes and colorations in this space. But as you begin to push further back towards the counter, you are met by a rather young-looking orcish man that just is just a hair taller than you, but looks quite unready to see a customer this hour in the morning. But it kind of writes himself up as you walk in. Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I know this may sound odd. I'm not trying to catch you off guard, but I am looking for work. I'm relatively new around here.
Oh, yes, of course. I know, I understand that. What are your talents?
Uh, I'm strong, and I'm ready to do pretty much anything. That's it.
All right. Do you have any particular affinity towards the craft?
Affinity is I think a little bit more abstract than what I'm used to, but rather interest is a better way, a
All right.
roundabout way of saying I have zero experience.
Sure. All right. Well, that is not particularly useful for what we're looking for, but we can always take more workers, I do suppose. Do you... would a factory job deter you?
No, I'll sweep the floors if I need to.
No, he kind of like looking you over, making sure that your physique is in line. But I think you would be more equipped to handle more difficult labor, if you understand what I'm saying. And he kind of takes out a really like a single parchment, and there's only about half a page of writing on it. This is probably the shortest job application anybody could think of, as he slides it across the countertop to you and hands you an ink and quill. If you would not mind filling out this information, we'd actually get you working today.
Perfect. And I sort of reach out my hand and I say, Marek.
Jonathan, it is a pleasure.
Pleasure. And he fills out the form.
All right. And he takes it back, looks it over. All right. I'll ask you, Will, does Marek fill this out truthfully?
What are the types of questions on there?
It basically is your name, your age, your height. If you could, basically like a scale of 0 to 10, if you could score yourself, like how equipped at handling physical labor are you? And then asking you more specific questions like, can you carry boxes that are 50 pounds or heavier? Do you have any pre-existing like medical conditions that we should be aware of that would stop you from doing that? And that is the extent of the job application. There's nothing about your character. They don't care about any of that.
Yeah, he would probably add like an inch to his height, though.
Sure. Great. Got it. Yeah. All right. Understood. All right, sir. I think the factory, which is the refinery in the X district. If you would not mines. It is just due south of here. If going directly south of here, and then there will be a road that branches off towards the Steel and Thundelver refinery, and I think you would be just fine there.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Have a good day, Mr. Marek.
You as well, Jonathan.
And as you kind of peel off and we kind of jump ahead now, it takes you probably half an hour or so to make it to this point. But though his instructions were quite clear, there is a road going southbound here in Provonere, and a road that peels off of it with a clearly demarcated sign. It says Steel and Thundelver Refinery. And as you turn, you in the middle of this housing district. It's not even. It doesn't even look like it belongs here because this is just a bunch of like regular, like middle class housing, and then there's just this massive set of factory buildings that arise in the middle of this district. You can tell that the real estate value of this property in this area is definitely gone down. It's definitely a noise complaint to hear the factory working at all hours of the day. But as you walk in, there is a front gate. They don't check anything as you walk through. They don't ask you to remove any articles of armor or any weaponry. Walk straight into the factory, and they are basically, as soon as you walk in, you are met by a pretty stern looking, rather tall female individual. But she kind of calls out, "You there! Are you here to work?"
Indeed.
All right, get on the line. And she points you to basically the system of conveyor belts that is moving ore materials and unrefined metals kind of down a system to be sorted and moved into other systems to be refined. And you quickly get to work in this space. If you don't mind, though, if you'll give me a athletics check and also give me a either perception, investigation, or insight check.
Athletics is not 20. Do I need to add my mod on that?
No, that's fine.
Okay. And then investigation, what are what?
Investigation, perception, or insight.
Let's do perception.
Okay.
Fuck. 8.
8. Okay. You begin to move all sorts of relatively heavy material, although you are definitely cut out for that line of work. However, an 8 does not get you much, so you complete the first, we'll say, half of your week of downtime working here in the factory. They are grueling 8-hour days. So you are here basically from the moment that Aneris rises in the sky to late afternoon before they let you off. There's no lunch break. You are working a very difficult job. But that is where we will leave Marek for this time being. And now we will cut over to let's see. I'll roll another die just to determine. We'll do the fun way, I think. All right. We will cut to Pura. Pura, you find yourself at some time during this week, find yourself something on your mind, not necessarily pressing, but just like a notion of an idea that you have, and have decided to find someone to maybe share that idea with, and to find yourself knocking on Genevieve's door in the mid-morning. It's been after breakfast, but as Genevieve, a knock comes to your door from Pura.
Hello?
She's kind of finishing brushing her hair as she's kind of let herself sleep in a little bit, but she's definitely dressed and ready for whatever the day brings her. Come in.
Hi, Genevieve. How are you?
Oh, hey, Pura. I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. I can't. Something's been bothering me lately. And I can't keep that the sound of your lute out of my head. And I had a really good idea. I think it's a good idea.
Oh, well, I'm excited to see where this goes. What are you thinking?
So, me and Crater, I don't know if you ever met him. They kind of left a little earlier. We used to do this show, and we used to go to these taverns, and we would do this like he would play and then I would do magic, and
Oh no.
and we.
You're with us right now,
And
Jared. It's okay.
I'm with her now. Okay,
Yeah.
and basically, why don't we form a band again? And we can go to different taverns and put on a show. And one of our last shows was a really big hit. But if we're gonna be here for a while, I think that would be a good way for us to make money and make friends.
I love this idea. I mean, you wouldn't know this, but I used to work in a tavern back in back where I lived, and I performed all the time. So this is I'm excited. When do you
Well,
want to start?
well, we should probably go find a tavern first and see if we can get a spot. The other thing too, we should probably ask Sizik too, because he was kind of like the star of the show last time, and we did this
Reasonable.
little like the play thing, and everybody loved it. It was a big hit.
I'm down.
Yeah.
I think this sounds great. Um, well, I mean, I just got my loot worked on, if you will. So I think this is perfect timing. And while I have you, ironically enough, that you're knocking on my door, I have something of yours that I need to return to you. Um, she like opens a drawer in the room, and she pulls out a little silver box,
Okay.
and she like kind of like hands it over to you.
Oh.
You let me borrow this a while ago. I never got to use it, and I really don't know what it is, but it's yours, and I want to make sure you get it back.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it kind of like transports you to like a different plane of existence for a minute. It's really quite terrifying the first time you do it, but yeah, thank you though.
Of course. Where did you get something like that?
Um, from an old hag that sold boxes of stuff.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and I have another box of stuff, but I'm kind of too afraid to open it.
Reasonable. I love a good little thrifting adventure. So maybe if you are a little shy to open a mystery box, I would be happy to help you with that. But I think getting our band together, I think would be a good first step.
Yeah, well, I guess I don't know if any of the taverns are still left after, the whole issues that this city has had, but I can go and ask around and see.
Yeah. I think that sounds great, and the one thing about show business is there's always a need for it, and especially right now here where we're at, there is definitely a demand. I can guarantee it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we won't have any problems finding an audience. So,
Yeah, well, thanks for listening to my idea.
of course.
And I guess I'll go see if I can track down Sizik and look for taverns.
Absolutely. I'll be tuning my loot.
All right, see you later.
Bye, Pura.
And Pura, since you, perhaps more than anyone, since you lived here prior to our adventures beginning for some time, know that there are several taverns, areas in the city of Provonere. You also have a map, don't forget that. So if you just want to look around and pick one, I'll come back to you in a little bit. However, we will transition to a different scene, though, in the meantime. Altrix, early on in your downtime week, you have also gotten up particularly early, and have decided that you would once again attempt to send a message, so to speak. However, as you are preparing to leave your room before this morning, you realize that you are, of course, not the first person to be awake. I mean, obviously, Paloma wakes up. Or maybe she never sleeps. Who never really knows. But there is in the crease of the door, in the frame between the door itself and the frame, there is a piece of parchment that is folded up and stuffed in. Not as if someone had attempted to open the door, but as if they had just sandwiched it between those two places. So you can certainly take a look at that before you leave if you'd like.
Half of me is tempted to just walk out, but no. Yeah, absolutely, grab it.
Okay, and I'm going to send you that so you can read that letter on your own.
Understood. It makes mention of an intelligence check.
Oh, yes.
I guess I'll do that.
Okay.
Oh, that's a D12. Hold on.
Setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, especially because it's DC 15. And I don't think I meet it. Guidance.
Okay. Totally fair.
$15.
15. There you go. Perfect. All right. Well, as you kind of... Well, what does Altrix do with the letter?
No, I'll go ahead and read it out. Because what's the point?
Sure.
Starting from the beginning. Altrix. While I'm sure you would probably prefer not to hear from me right now for what it's worth, I wanted to apologize for how I acted during breakfast. Yes, I had intended to speak about what happened behind your back with your mother, but because I wanted to see if everyone felt the same as I do and didn't want to make you feel outcast from the group, if we were all pointing fingers at you. I do understand that how I went about things clearly didn't work and was wrong, and I am sorry. I wanted to express that I don't think you've been replaced by a doppelganger or something like that, considering you knew the exact promises I made you without ever having to think about it. It proved to me that you are indeed Altrix. God, my allergies are not helping. Despite the gills and whatever else. However, I do worry that something has happened that we don't quite understand and that you don't remember. If you stop reading now, I don't blame you. I know hearing this will likely be infuriating. Granted, we aren't too experienced with death, but granted, we have experienced recently with Zeiros revivals. I struggle to believe that nothing interrupted your revival. When Zeiros revived me, I felt a similar choice, and when I accepted to return, I awoke in my body nearly instantly, without any noticeable changes. However, from what we experienced and what Zeiros felt, your soul refused to return to your body when we tried to revive you. But you insist that when you were given the same choice I did, you took it and came back. I don't doubt that, as you were clearly walking around and breathing, but I fear that something or someone interfered with the ritual to bring you back. And given my limited knowledge of otherworldly beings, I fear that what could have hijacked the spell. Please understand that my worries and fears are not out of malice, but because we already lost you once, and don't want to lose you again. Lastly, I know you don't appreciate me butting my horns into you and your family's business. I understand that you have a drive to protect those you care about, and that is a great quality of your character. However, I do worry that you push everyone to the side in favor of your creations, that you might protect them physically, but in doing so, you will likely sever the bond between those you care about in the process. I can understand that letting your mom come to terms on her own time before speaking to you again, but what about your father, Trethek, or your C? They deserve to at least have a 10-minute conversation with you after so many months away. I will leave it at that. regardless of what happens, word that I don't understand requires incheck to read it. Do you care to elaborate on that while I'm here? You're
Sorry,
muted.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, you met the DC. So it's the word brother that is scratched out pretty heavily on the page.
Gotcha. Altrix, I care for you, and even if I don't show it or express it in the best way, I do what I do, not because I care about just for you, but for everyone else as well. Sincerely, Vellmon Oroth. And with that, I will go about on my way to send this message.
Sure. Now you've already conveyed to me that after a little of your own experiment, not working on your way the night, or some days before now, attempting to send this message, which part of the city does Altrix choose to leave from?
Ooh. Let me pull up the map. References. I mean, to be honest, the closest one. Kind of a tie, really. I'll just roll. Alright. He's gonna go south to the Provonere gate outpost southeast.
Okay. As you venture there, it is. You have ventured into the city of Provonere once, technically on foot, and then departed once on foot. And then every other time you've returned here, it's either been by magical means or of other things like that, or airship. However, in both of your travels, coming on the north side and exiting on the south in your adventures before, there was a gate tower or set of gate towers at every entrance in the city of Provonere. However, the gate towers you experience here are kind of dwarfed by an additional tower that has been constructed behind them, but connected to them, to kind of fortify a guard entrance. And also, you would know, just in being in the city of Provonere before the last 4 months, that this particular road that you're choosing to exit on did not exist when you left Provonere 4 months ago. And thus, you can actually see that there's a freshly laid down dirt, and there's a lot of construction going on here. Now, as would it be expected with any of the entrances and exits at this point now in Provonere's current time frame, there are Gilded Order guards everywhere. However, this one particularly is crawling with them. You swear you haven't seen this many in one place other than at Consilas Keep, and there are plenty of them all over this place. And also a barricade that has been constructed on the road to keep carts mostly and horses from traveling down this way as it's under construction. And a sign on parchment is out in front in the dirt, kind of staked down, that says under construction, road closed at this time.
Gotcha. Well, very well. I'm not gonna poke the hornet's nest on that one.
Okay.
Trying to think here. He would probably try Provonere Gate Outpost South.
Okay. And you do that and find your way to actually exit the city. The Gilded Order soldiers, the guards, they don't pretend to question your exiting of the city. You could just be a normal traveler for all they seem to mind. So as you walk a decent ways outside the city, about half a mile or so, can you give me an Arcana check, please?
Am I able to guidance this?
Yes, you can.
Arcana. 28.
28. As you get about that half-mile point outside the city to the south here on the road towards Gutenberg, you suddenly feel as if stepping across a threshold, like the sense of static electricity in the air. Just an ever faint sense as you pass through it, and that static just kind of vanishes and fizzles out. As you, with a 28, realize that this is the boundary at which the control of the Gilded Order within the city of Provonere to detect and monitor the arcane arts ends. And you are now safely beyond the boundary of that space.
You said it was half a mile?
Yes.
At that point, I will go ahead and send the message again.
Okay.
It's somewhere here. Hey Raylan, sorry for the loss of contact. Sending stone was disabled. Back in Provonere, things are different here. How are you and how's Oshivester? Full stop.
It's probably 9 a.m. or so by the time you've made it to this point out here in the city. And there is a brief pause, but not long, maybe 20 or 30 seconds or so before a response returns. Altrix, good to hear from you. Glad you're back. I'm, well, busier than ever. Much work regarding recent incidents. Hopefully normalizing. I'd enjoy seeing you. And the message ends.
All right. And with that, that's my one use for the day.
All right. And you return to the city of Provonere to return to other projects more at home.
I believe Altrix
Okay.
would make it a daily ritual to
Sure.
maintain contact.
Sure. I will, for the sake of this evening and this session, I will come back to you later on, and if you will have more of an elongated conversation laid out, I can certainly do that.
Will do.
Okay. All right. But for now, at least, we move to someone else, and I'd like to see who the dice decide is our next victim. Genevieve, lucky you. No, I'm fine. Genevieve, Pura has gone off a few days ago. It has not yet returned to decide or convey with you what exactly it is that, which tavern, I should say, that he has chosen to try to begin a show at. But you have other things that you could also be doing. So as you find yourself about mid-afternoon one day, you feel rather your hair is just getting a little too long, and you might be interested in going to find someone that might be able to handle that issue. You know, everybody has those problems. Most people have those problems, and so you have instead found your way strolling downtown in the Hex District, and have found yourself at the outside of a relatively simple storefront. But we should not let the appearances deceive you, because as you step inside, the threaded spool is the sign that hangs overhead. As you step inside, you are almost transported from a grim facade on the outside to an absolutely dressed to the nines interior. Now, this is a beauty salon in combination with a clothing store, a tailor. And as you step inside, there are all manner of beautifully and elegantly crafted hand sewn dresses and suits for people of all types. But further back, beyond the counter in the middle of this store, is a salon, a hair salon. And a beauty parlor. But at the front desk, you are greeted by a Zeopan. And now, if I don't think Genevieve has ever met a Zeopan, this is a panda folk. The particular individual that you see is rather rotund, as pandas tend to be, very black and white colored fur, but you can see just simple robes addressing this gentleman. But he smiles at you as you step forward. And how would you like to begin this?
So, Genevieve, when she walks into this establishment, her clothes are tattered. They have been kind of just patched together. It's very obvious that she is in need of something a little bit more that's better presenting, and she feels a little bit out of her element in such a she views the establishment as kind of more lavish than what she's used to. So she usually carrying herself with a very kind of outward confidence. She kind of just keeps her head down, but is just kind of looking around at the different things that are on display. And she just kind of, plays with her hair that's, just crunchy from dead ends and just months of survival. Yet no one would really know and may assume that she just doesn't take care of herself very well. She does walk up to the front desk and kind of smiles and says hello.
Hello, welcome to trade school. What can I do for you?
I really need a haircut. I've never been here before.
No worries.
So
Sit down, girl. I cut your hair.
okay, perfect. All right. And she just, wherever she is guided, she sits.
Yes, he leads you to one of the stalls in the back, has you sit down, and begins to pull out all manner of salon tools that you would expect to find. A little bit more rudimentary, but there are shears, and there is different oils and lotions, and different hair products. And it is definitely an establishment more on the upper end. But this is the city of Provonere. I mean, what would you ever do anything less? All right, Queen, tell me what you're thinking. What do you want? Give me style, color, name it. I do it.
Let's keep the color. I like the
Looks
color
wonderful.
of my hair. Thank you. Shorter though. Not too short, but maybe 4 inches. I think that'll be fine, but
Perfect.
I'm
think
open to
that's great.
suggestions. I trust your expertise.
I think it's wonderful.
My hair is in your hands.
Quite literally. And he will begin to kind of measure out 4 inches and begin to work on you. And as any hairstylist or barber is, he is very talkative. So what conversation does Genevieve partake in with this gentleman?
Genevieve, growing more comfortable in the experience as someone who works in cosmetology, knows how to speak with people, and her herself knowing how to kind of work with others. She definitely gains a little bit more of her spark back, and she starts the conversation off with a question. Weird question. Of course, I don't know you, and you don't know me. Do you sing? Do you like music at all?
I am Hashi. Of course, I like music. Everybody likes music. Who would not?
I love it. Is there anything you prefer to listen to or hear?
You play?
I do.
What instruments?
I play the lute,
Ah.
but I am also an instrument and I sing.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. Well, impress me.
She is, do you think with the chair she's sitting in, she would have room to kind of pull up her lute and strum
I think so.
some music?
I think
Okay. So she reaches down, she grabs her lute, and she starts to strum some music. And the ballad she begins to sing is very kind of lively. And if you were to able to see the music, it would just kind of move in this way. And she is definitely going to be trying to impress this the person that's doing her hair.
Okay. And he listens for quite some time. Whether intentional or not, he is a little silenced by letting you play and does not want to interrupt that. But eventually, as he perhaps is halfway through or so, trimming your hair, he checks in with you. Is this good? You like this style?
Yes, it's great. And weird request. Before, finishing your work, could you just brush my hair for just a few minutes? Just
Of course.
brush it.
No, that is included with charge. Don't worry.
And as, her hair is being brushed, all her where she was kind of more tense, she just really relaxes and is able to close her eyes. And she stops singing at this point, but she's still just kind of strumming a tune and humming to some music, as if she's kind of going back in time and letting memory and nostalgia kind of flood over her.
Of course. As he brushes, he also begins to slide a little bit of oil onto that brush and that comb, and begins to pick through, making sure to get any knots out of your hair. And you do kind of wince a little bit, but also more relaxed. And as he finishes, he holds a smaller but rather ornate mirror out in front of you so that you can see the work that he's done. And also, right as he does that, you also get this cherry blossom scent. The oil's scented, as you just smell a little bit more, well, elegant, I suppose. You like?
She smiles and she just nods. Yeah, thank you. I needed that.
Of course. Now, anything else you need?
Nothing I can afford.
Oh, no worries. Understands. We'll come back. See Hashi whenever you have help needs ever.
Thank you. What do I owe you?
5 silver pieces.
That's all?
That is all. It is a simple business.
She's going to, she's definitely going to pay them more than what they're asking for. So she's going to give 5 gold pieces, or 10 gold pieces instead.
No, you must keep. This is difficult time in city. You must keep.
No, truly, you couldn't understand how much I needed this today. Please, it from the heart, really.
If you insist.
And so she just slides over her gold pieces, and she's definitely now kind of playing with her hair and feeling how smooth and silky it is. And she feels at ease as she kind of finishes up what she's doing.
Okay. And as you make a very generous donation to the Threaded School, you found a place that will do your hair, and also if you ever need a different costume change, this will also be the place to do it. But in the meantime, you return once again to the Coastal Chateau, a little fresher than what you left. And from there, we will move to Paloma. Now, Paloma, you are, in fact, the person that rises earliest that I can think of on a consistent basis. It is 6 a.m. One day, and you have committed and steeled yourself to train the younger sister of Altrix Moxicorol, that being Irsi Moxicorol, as in the monastic traditions, we should say. So in this particular morning that we find you at dawn, or maybe even a little before dawn now at this time of year, what is Paloma teaching Irsi today?
I don't know if Paloma would have traditional like move sets, like a monk that it was trained in a more structured setting would.
Sure.
But she probably has some that she's come up with on her own. And so she is walking Irsi through those. And then at the end, it plays a game called Paloma Says. And she will shout out a move, and then Irsi has to do it. And she'll trick her, full Simon Says. She'll trick her sometimes, but...
Sure. And as Irsi studies with you, you can tell just in the several days that you've been training her so far that she is improving, which is good. That's what any teacher, I suppose, wants to see with their student. Is she anywhere close to ever matching the ability that you present to her? No, of course not. But for all intents and purposes, mechanically speaking, she is a level 1 monk at this point, and so you are at least inspired her to pursue that effort. And she seems to be having a fun time. She, of course, gets a little upset when you trick her, and a little flustered sometimes when she can't quite get a technique the first or second time. But she is 9, and she is easily teachable, and seems to be eager to learn from you. And definitely you can tell in a lot of ways, like Sizik views you as an older sibling. She begins to view you as a mentor, a role model, and also in some adjacent context, also like a sibling, especially not having a sister. So, but...
And then after we're done, I make sure we do like a cool down, teach her how to properly stretch and everything, and then maybe just hang out with her and I don't know, play normal games. Games that
Sure.
she probably hasn't that she probably used to play with Sizik, but he's too old for that now.
Fair enough. All right, well, that being said, I think it is good that we are good with that. We'll cut away from Paloma as you train with Irsi, and we will move to Pura once again. Now, Jared, I will ask you before I set up your next scene, what tavern is Pura looking into?
He would definitely start at the Tequila Mockingbird.
Okay, an excellent choice. Age old. All right, you return to Tequila Mockingbird. It looks quite similar to how you left it several months ago when you departed for your adventures. Hawk and Mock are still taking care of the place. Hawk, the bartender, the Hawk Aarakocra, and Mock, the Cardinal Aarakocra, still does his fellow dabbling in bardship and also singing and playing various musics. But as you walk in to speak with Hawk, perhaps around midday, so the business is not particularly busy at this hour, you have a moment of opportunity to speak with Hawk just about whatever you're thinking. Pura, is that you?
Long time no see.
I thought you died!
I didn't.
That's good.
Close couple
That's good.
times. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's less good, but it's good to see you're still breathing.
Yeah. Well,
Where have you been off to?
Oh, here and there. Been to a different continent. Went to a place where there was eternal weather and storm and snow. Then we came back.
Oh,
yeah,
busy. Just on the close calls now. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so you've been away from Provonere, my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got back like a week or two ago.
Nice. Well, I suppose you've noticed that things are a little different than when we last saw you, but business is still going. Not as good as it was, but still going. So, what can I get you?
Uh, whiskey on the rocks, please. Yeah.
Copy that. And he turns around and begins to make a drink for you.
Yeah, so how has the new climate here impacted y'all? Have y'all still been okay?
He takes a swig of his own drink and sets it down on the bar and looks at you and says, "Man, climate change is a bitch. But it's we're making do.
I do.
But things are definitely getting a little hotter than I'd like them to be."
Uh, do y'all still do shows?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, that's a more of a mock question, but yeah, we got shows not every night of the week, but 7 of the 10, so it's pretty good.
Okay. Would y'all be looking for any new performances?
I take it you're suggesting you did a show here before. I think Mock thought it was pretty good, so thought your joke was particularly funny. By the way, your little
Thank you.
comment during your ballad, but yeah, I'm sure Mock would be interested in speaking to you. He's back in the dressing room right now. If you want to go snag a conversation with him, I'm sure he would not mind at all. But yeah, I'd love to see you hanging around here more. But you back in town for a while? You head on another one of your continental adventures.
I think we'll be here for a while. At least I don't think we have any plans anytime soon to go. But who knows?
Sure. Well, either way, even if you do have to leave, I think a come and go would be fun as well. But if you can make a commitment to a regular schedule, I'm sure Mock would be particularly delighted to hear that. So, anyway, he's in the back. Honestly, he hands you another drink. If you'd give this to him, he would really appreciate it.
All right. I'll do just that. And I get the drinks and go walk towards the back.
Okay. And yes, you find Mock as flashy as ever. He's got all kinds of feathers in a hat, and they're different colors. But as you walk in, he seems to be kind of just practicing like some voice warm ups this particular hour when you walk in. Oh, Pura, it's good to see you. Where have you been?
Oh, here and there and everywhere. Here, I brought you a drink.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, got this weird little cough, this little twinge in the back of my throat that just won't go away. So Hawk's been making me this like lemon honey drink. It's really nice. But anyway, he takes a little sip of that and sets it down on the kind of on the vanity that he's standing in front of. But what can I do for you?
Well, I'm back in town, and I'm thinking about putting together another show. I was wondering if we could play here.
Oh, of course. What kind of show are you thinking of?
Not sure yet. It might be a magic one again with a little bit of performance and music. Haven't really figured out all the details yet, but I was wondering if.
Sure. No, I think that would be interesting. We've got some open nights if you're available. I won't lie, I can't offer you as much as I did the first time you did show here, but definitely think we could definitely get that contract arranged. You thinking to do like a one-time show? Do you want something on a regular basis?
Probably just start with the one time and see if it gains
Sure.
interest,
Sure,
kind of like
course,
what we did last time.
Sure. I mean, of course, if you have to leave, then that would kind of make sense too. So, no, that would be totally fine, I think. All right. Well, that'd be just all right. Well, if you can think of the details and you can get back to me about what nights you're particularly free, we have show openings on Haku, Shoni, and Ki. So.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time, and just thank you for listening to my proposition. And it's
No,
good to see you.
absolutely. Of course. Good to see you too. And he kind of swallows again, kind of trying to get that thing in his throat out of the way, and takes another swig as you depart.
I'm gonna go back to the bar and see if I can get a Mary Jane and just drink with Mock for a while.
Sure. Yeah, you absolutely can. And you purchase a Mary J and smoke a little bit. And as you close out your tab, he tells you that it is on the house as you close out with Hawk. So he smiles and says it's good to see you and lets you kind of depart after a little while here. You spend probably around lunchtime. And that is where we'll leave Pura, I think, for this particular moment. We will, however, Sizik, since you're here, Cole, we'll move to Sizik. I think it'd be a good time. So, Sizik, you are, I think you find yourself reading on one particular day this week, and you've already read for a whole day, so you think that you are getting the hang of this. Lots of instructions in this book about just how to be a good influence on people, or the book sometimes highlights some areas that are not so good at being a good influence, but just being an influence in general, as it does cover topics like deception. But all in all, it is a very instructional tome, I should say, on teaching one how to be a good leader, be a good influence, and kind of heighten some of those skills. And as you are reading on this particular morning, you are sitting kind of in your bedroom. And if you'll describe what Sizik is doing, obviously while he's reading, but kind of what's going through his head, what's he thinking about in this moment?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he can't do anything normal. So he's like sitting on the bed with his legs vertically against the wall, like laying on his back as he's like reading. And he's thinking it's like a mixture of this book is boring, yet it's very helpful. And he feels like he's definitely going to be better at talking with people, both obviously persuasively and when it comes to lying, he definitely feels much more confident.
Okay. And as you're reading, Paloma is out training. She spends at least the bulk of each day training at the ERC. Not necessarily intensive training, but you know that given the last few days. And so you've kind of been hanging around in the room and reading this book to try to gain this ability that it's offering. But again, on this particular morning, as you find yourself sitting in an odd position, or normal for Sizik though, an unexpected voice permeates the space. Who are you? Is anyone there?
What? Hello?
Who are you?
Who's asking?
And you kind of glance around the chamber and realize that your lantern that you purchased from Madame Lepori a few days ago, it kind of has this little heightened twinge of green flame in it as you begin to look at it, and you can actually see occasionally the outline of something inside of the casing of that lantern that is definitely more alive than what the old saying that fire is alive would be fitting in.
Yeah, so I'll kind of like orient himself and go up closer to the lantern and kind of like poke it.
Yes, and you see the flame kind of flares up a little bit, kind of darts back away, and actually you can see it kind of coalescing in the middle as it kind of dances around, and you can actually make out facial features of an elemental that is inside of this.
Oh, talking lantern, that's cool.
Who are you?
Oh, my name is Sizik, and I purchased you. Well, you were more of an addition to a large purchase.
I suppose that makes you my new... Well, owner sounds bad. I suppose that makes us companions.
Yes, friend.
Yes. Well, I'm here to assist you. Did you have any questions?
What? Okay, you are obviously Magic Lantern. You speak and answer questions. Do you have a name?
Before I answer that, if you would be so kind as to remove the cap of the lantern.
Kind of peek up and...
Yeah, and as you shift it off, almost immediately the elemental grows to fill up the height of the ceiling from floor to ceiling. That's like 8 feet or so. Kind of has to actually arch its upper head down to actually kind of look down at you. This is a large creature, kind of stuffed into a very small container. He extends a flaming arm and hand to you. Again, there's not actually any flesh. There's no bones. It's just flame, but you can see it take the form of a creature of some kind, and a hand does extend down to you.
I feel like that will burn me if I try to shake it.
It will not.
You say you are friend. I have no reason to assume you are lying, so he'll go to...
Sure. And it does not burn. Although you can feel it kind of almost like a tingling across the skin, but does not actually hurt you in any way. And you also notice that though his head is hitting the ceiling is not catching on fire. So he's kind of maintaining his form here.
Oh.
The name is Dearest Ducks.
Oh, that
Will,
is
you have the best
a...
reaction.
I know, it's so great. That is a strange name for a fireman thing, person.
No, it's all of them are fine. Well, what is your name?
I am Sizik Lightfoot, but just Sizik is fine.
Sizik, a pleasure to meet you. I foresee myself being under your tutelage for some time.
I have no idea what that means.
We will be friends for a duration.
That makes much more sense.
Sizik, your accent, it is Kilauean. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, how did you know that?
I have traveled many places with many people, and have quite an experience in picking out particular dialects. It was a tragedy that happened to the continent of Kilauea.
It was, but I think it also happened to make life more interesting.
An optimist, then. Well, Sizik, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I do hope that whatever book you were reading is quite enlightening. And speaking of enlightening, should you require any enlightening yourself, I will answer the questions you present them.
So, like any question?
To the best of my ability.
You say you've traveled a lot, and you know many things. Perhaps you can answer me something?
To the best of my ability.
Do you happen to know where my mother's at right now?
I do not know your mother, so unfortunately I cannot give an honest answer to that question. So no.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Indeed it was. Well, by lantern light, I will be by your side. Should you request my services again, you know where to find me. And if you're ever lonely, I do enjoy a good conversation. And with that, he vanishes back into the lantern, and the cap magically places itself back over.
And then he will just kind of like look around, see if anybody overheard or any of what just happened.
Nobody.
That will be fun surprise.
And with that, Sizik, you finalize reading your book of influence and leadership. And you can go ahead and on your character sheet, increase your charisma by 2 to 22.
Woo!
Well, we'll move once again to a different character in our beloved story. Let's see where we're headed next. Back to Marek, I suppose. Marek, after a incredibly long day of work. But before we get to the end of the workday, I would like you to once again attempt a perception, insight, or investigation check.
I did perception is 21.
21. At Steel and Thundelver's refinery in the Extenex district of the city of Provonere, you encountered two workers that you've now, they're your coworkers, of course. But as you have not necessarily become friends with them, but have kind of worked on the same line, I suppose, as them, moving materials, you see or hear the two of them, overhear the two of them conversing. And one of the men says to the other, they changed the password. And the other gentleman responds, yes, I know. Have you gotten the next invitation? And another, the first man responds once again, yes, I have. I have the new password. Do you have it? And the other man looks a little disgruntled as he, in fact, does not appear to have received anything. And kind of makes that face. It's like, oh, you're just going to rub it into me. And then the other man, in fact, does rub it into his face. Yes, of course. Well, it's a shame that they didn't invite you back, but we're buddies, so I think I can let you in. And the second individual responds, I guess. What do I owe you this time? Your next winnings. Deal. Go ahead. The phrase, the grass is never greener on the other side. And that is where we will let you return from work as you head back to the Coastal Chateau and decide for yourself that you are weighed heavy by some things in your own life, both past and more recent, that begin to weigh kind of emotionally and mentally on you. And as you open the door to find Genevieve in y'all's shared space, you can immediately recognize that Genevieve has the same expression across her face. And the two of you are in this moment now.
Are we in the... You said we're in our room?
Yes.
Kind of walk in and close the door. Hey, Jen.
Hey, you look dirty.
I got a different job because obviously we're not employed anymore.
Makes sense. I might have a new job soon. I might be joining a band, but we'll see what happens.
Let's just hope our little scuffle with the law doesn't come to light that we are absolute criminals.
Yeah. I hope not.
Anyways, I've been thinking we've been through a lot, and I just wanted to thank you that I can count on you. I feel more as though we're not just coworkers anymore. I can call you friend.
You have really funny timing. She sits back. She's kind of sitting against the wall. Her feet are kind of dangling off the side of the bed. And she just kind of looks up, as if she's searching for thoughts to piece together into words. I've been reflecting a lot on what we have been through, the things we've seen and had to do. And it's a lot. We haven't really talked about being in the wastes at all. A lot happened before we found our new friends, if you will.
Yeah. It has been a lot. How are you hanging out with everything? Are you coping?
I've been better. But like you said, good to know that someone's close that you can count on. You know?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Shoot.
I don't know how to say it, really. In the wastes, why do you think we lived? There's no way we should have survived those days, weeks, months out there.
I don't know if you recall, but there's like... we barely lived. We almost didn't. We were lucky that we found these group of travelers. Otherwise, we would have probably died the next day. So, it was mere happenstance. I can't tell you why. I don't have a reason. I don't really even care. But we're here. And that means there's a reason for it.
Hopeful coming from you. It's not often I see that side of you. I'm not really good at this thing. But you were vulnerable enough to thank me for companionship, if you will. I would like to do the same. I wouldn't have been able to survive out there without you. I think about it often. What we have done and chose to do to survive. And I'm only here because you were beside me. All those cold fucking nights.
Yeah. Don't get used to the vulnerability, but it's important.
I wouldn't expect anything else from you. Every now and then is fine. I think I would be a little uncomfortable if you went soft on me.
Kind of gives a little smirk, and he walks over and kind of... Wait, what time is it? Is it nighttime?
Yeah, it's mid-afternoon, early evening.
So, like, about to go to bed, maybe not, maybe dinner.
Yeah, a little before dinner.
Yeah. He kind of sees that she's a little too relaxed and walks over and kicks her feet off a little bit off the bed and says, "See you at dinner, Jen. Maybe."
I'll see you at dinner then. And she's gonna kind of just like hop off the bed, and she's going to just swiftly leave the room and leave him to his own thoughts or pre-dinner nap.
He's a little confused because he thought he was about to leave, but she beat him to the punch. He's just standing here.
All right. Let me move from there to a different day, to Altrix. Now, of my players and our audience, not everything is happy in the city of Provonere. We can't forget that. But it is nice to see the contrast, I think. But Altrix, we'll start with you on less than optimal, I think, assignments and activities. And it seems like each day that each of you pass by, if you're even remotely keeping up with the news, that the Gilded Order is rapidly working. There is not a doubt in the city about that. Their presence is felt within the city of Provonere, certainly within the main districts of Provonere, but even here on Consilas Hill, it is odd, I think, to hear the footfalls of soldiers outside every so often, to have to pass by the Gilded Order, even anytime you leave the coastal chateau, and even more perhaps alarming to know what even just the surface level things that you're aware of what is going on behind the scenes that isn't directly seen by the public at any given point in time, like tracking your arcane abilities, or at least your magical ability to send messages. But Altrix, you have decided, I think, that sometimes in a conflict it is better to keep your enemies close, as they say. And you have decided that you would go have a little chit-chat with the Gilded Order and have made your way to Consilas Keep alone, midday or so. And as you walk in to the front of the building, though still on high alert, likely or likely not due to the fact that Pura may or may not have attempted to break in several days ago. That's not important, though. As you walk in now, you find yourself greeted once again by another attendant. Hello, sir. What can I do for you?
Good evening. My name is Altrix Moxicorol. Well, I wanted to... I'm not sure exactly how I would go about doing this, but I guess it would be arrange some sort of meeting of sorts. You see, me and my party were among those who initially took the fight, so to speak, to those who attacked this city on that fateful day. And we've been out of the city for quite some time, pursuing those individuals, and I wanted to check in, make sure that, cooperate, so to speak, see what you have learned in the city, share what we have learned abroad, and see what we can do going forward.
I see. I think you'd be particularly interested in meeting with the Inquisition, but they are predisposed at this current time. Do you mind speaking with someone else?
I suppose not.
Oh, great. All right. Well, Mr. Moxicorol, do you have any sort of credential validation?
Credential?
Yes.
In what manner of speaking would that be?
Anything that would, with beyond reasonable doubt, prove that you are who you say you are and the acts that you have done are true. I do not mistake you for a liar, but just to be precautious. I'm sure you understand.
So be it. Altrix, reaching into his bag, pulling out his handy-dandy needle that's way too fucking large, jamming it right into the side of his skull. As I cast Encode Thoughts to once again pluck a memory into physical space.
That was
And I will pluck
extravagant.
specifically the memory of the attack on Provonere, sort of key moments, attacking the airships, going down, as well as speaking with the former members of the council at the time.
All right. Well, I think that certainly answers my question. Wait here, please.
Will do.
And about 2 minutes later, 4 Gilded Order soldiers march up to you. And they do not necessarily apprehend you. They don't grab you, but they stand uncomfortably close for friendly proximity. Mr. Moxicorol, please come with us.
Very well.
And if you would describe to all of us, Altrix what is Altrix thinking in this particular moment? Is he worried? Is he prepared? What's going on in his mind as we begin walking up the stairs?
Absolutely not. This is going exactly how he wants it to.
Perfect. Great. Love to hear it. And you climb the several flights of stairs up to the 10th floor of Consilas Keep, where you are led down a hallway. And this hallway is a little bit familiar to you, actually, as you've been in this area of the building before, although it has been completely remodeled, refurnished. There are different sofas that are different colors here. The floor has been redone. There are banners hanging from the wall. All the portraits of any council member has been removed, and they've just been replaced with different various artworks. But you are walking down the hallway. You pass by an office with a placard labeled Rosina Racket, Unburdened Inquisitor of the Gilded Order, and pass to a second office where you come and it says Commandant Katzakilks, Order of the Gladius.
Very well.
Commandant Katzakilks will speak with you now. And they open the door and let you step inside.
Good morning, Commandant.
And as you kind of instinctively say that before you actually even clock the interior, there is nobody in this office.
Very well. I will just kind of find like a seat and just sit and wait.
Yeah. You sit for a moment, and the side door opens, and the heavy footfall on the stone, before you even get a full visual on this man, tells you that this man is equipped for the job of a soldier. You can hear the boots, the metal boots, clang onto the ground as he is in armor. And as the door opens and you get a full visual on this individual, a Rox appears before you. That is a rhinoceros individual. He stands 8 feet tall when you walk in, broad shoulders, probably 4 feet, just his torso, and steps in. And as he pulls back his chair, you can tell it's obviously crafted for a heavier individual, and sits down. The wood ever so slightly just splinters just a little bit as he sits down and places a relatively large hand on his desk. He stares at you for a moment longer than you would hope before the tension is broken when he actually speaks. All right. You are Moxicorol, yes?
I prefer Altrix, but yes.
Altrix Moxicorol. Altrix it is. Well, I am Commandant Katzakilks, so I assume you have already understood that. What could I do for you this fine morning?
Well, I was coming to get a bit of a report. What's the situation? What have you accomplished? You see, me and my party, we were here during the night of the attack, and much to the ineptitude of the Red Shielders, it was basically up to us to resolve the situation. And we have spent the past many, many nights and days going around the continent hunting down those responsible. and I wanted to sort of check in, see what you have all done on your end.
Well, I appreciate your concerns about our business, but I must inform you that though you may have participated, as I have been informed with the Council of Provonere, former as they were, your business is no longer to protect the city of Provonere. The Gilded Order is happily assigned to take care of that, and we take our job very seriously. As for what we've done, well, I don't particularly mind speaking about that, to be quite honest with you, but before I do that, I would much rather be interested in hearing about what you've done, since you said you've been hot on the tail of these individuals. First, I will ask under whose authority, and second, I will ask what you have uncovered. So please, enlighten me.
Well, in regards to on whose authority, the answer is, well, it depends where we were. Our first stop took us down to Oshiavester, where under the authority of the Chancellor, we investigated basically a second division of those attackers, and including those who had fled from here the first time. Hunted them down and eradicated them in Oshiavester, resolving that situation. As we have chased down leads of perhaps the same or perhaps similar guilds across the Fenorbian continent and even onto Kilauea. Let's see here. We then we spent a good long time walking back. That was not fun, I might add.
To interrupt you, please spare me the details of your travels. I want to know information. Who and where was these parties responsible that you have uncovered?
Well, as to where, the answer is everywhere. They seem to have roots hidden around the entire continent. And as for who they are, they seem to go by at least no singular name. Each branch is subdivided. Each branch is segmented so that those only know the name of who they report to. To say this is an organization with a name would be erroneous, so to speak. Branches, perhaps. A branch led by one Kiramira, the one who manufactured the toxin that was dropped upon the city, has been annihilated, again, back in Oshiavester. Her facility, I don't know if you've investigated that, which was buried underneath here in Provonere. We took out that while we were still here, prior to the festival. And then, again, they had a separate facility regarding mechanical duplicates that we got rid of.
Yes, all right. I had heard about Kiramira, the Bright Shadow, I believe is what she was called. We did investigate her. I would call it a factory, but it is rather, rudimentary. But, yes, we did investigate that according to the information we acquired from the Red Shielders prior to their disbanding. As far as the mechanical duplicates, that is news to me, and I do appreciate you sharing that with me. We will begin to investigate such claims. Perhaps you could enlighten me on such information. Surely there is documentation of what you're saying to be the truth.
Not in my current possession. Such documentation would be held at the hands of the council as well as the chancellor of Oshiavester. That was a matter within their own city. Though I will add, we did encounter one of those duplicates in our early travels here in Provonere, one posing as one of the former council members.
Yes, Roaring. Yes, we have that
Yes.
report as well. All right. Interesting. Well, I will send missive to the Chancellor then to request files and copies from the Waveguard and any potential investigations they may have conducted in the city of Oshiavester or Hydroxylvexen. Anything else you might note upon your travels?
Believe there was a ship destroyed, landed, crashed down in Pickle Pines. We believe some organization perhaps related to Kiramira. went to investigate the crash to steal one of the onboard items. That is what led us to our Kilauea exploits, as the ship came from there, and it appears that it is not found on any manifesto off the books. So,
Well, that is certainly information. I will give you that. Unfortunately, though, it is outside of our jurisdiction, both Pickle Pines, which is inside the nation of Escapia, and also Kilauea, as that is beyond our jurisdiction. We can relay words to the Chancellor and the Aquatoria about such matters. I'm sure they would be interested to know of this downed airship. It was reported in the news, to my knowledge, though, so I'm aware they likely have probably already heard of it, but I will give them this if nonetheless.
It's more so the nature of the ship that is news. But that's besides the point. Our current leads are pointing towards, once again, Escapia and the lands therein, so it is believed amongst me and my party members that we will perhaps depart the city of Provonere once more at some point in the foreseeable future to head that way. Name of a bit of a mysterious member that we found on documents who was last known in Arcaeum, so.
I see. Well, since that is outside of our jurisdiction, all I can do is pass on information, but you are certainly free to do what you wish beyond the boundaries of our control.
What exactly is your jurisdiction, if I might ask?
That has recently changed and now covers the entire landscape of the Alliance of Provias and the Unifunere as of 2 weeks ago.
As of 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Well, I suppose that's probably for the best. No point in keeping you all cooped up here. There's,
no, quite
dare say, far more.
I have no interest in exploring the territories of the Waveguard or of dealing with the problems happening in Brontero City. So I think it best to leave those respective areas to their respective controls. We simply have the authorized jurisdiction should they call upon us. But currently that is not necessary. So Provonere we will stay in for the time being.
I see. So what is in your interest?
Well, the Gilded Order is founded and prides itself on taking care of the city of Provonere, left behind after the disbanding of the Council of Provonere and the brief instruction and control of the Visionary, which is also the supervisory to some. We call them the Visionary internally. Not to be confused, though, with the Visionary that is in Unipol. That is a separate thing. But that is what we're taking care of right now, as terms of handling any potential threats to the city of Provonere. We have, in fact, stopped quite a few from rising up, mostly coming through the Skyport, which seems to be a particular area of contention regarding how this entire incident you speak of regarding Provonere several months ago came about in the first place. So that is what we are mostly handling, and more recently there's other ventures that we're taking care of, but you're not authorized for that information.
I see. I'm going to hope that that other ventures you mentioned is doing a lot of heavy lifting for. If you'll beg my pardon, you seem far more numerous and well-equipped than just handling a couple incidents at the Skyports.
Huh, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
If I may, I don't know if this would be investigation or whatnot. I want to sort of like analyze his armor. I want to see if this guy has actually done anything.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
It's going to be a 20.
His armor, totally clean. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong. But with a 20, his body itself. There's no scars or anything visible like that, but you can tell just by his hands sitting on the table. Those are calloused hands and experienced ones. Now, whether as that implies he has any combat skills is a different point, but at least well worked. That's, I suppose, that.
Well, again, I would hope those other ventures are rather important. I do think it would be a extreme waste of the resources of both this city's people and your order to simply have you resign to such meager tasks.
Well, your insights are your insights, but they mean nothing to me. When we are called upon, because I'm sure there will be a time, the situation in Brento has gotten quite feisty, as well as the other situations to the south, I'm sure will be called upon. But until then, we will continue to do what we were instructed to do, and that is operate here. Whether it be a waste of resources in your opinion or not, is not my concern or care, Mr. Moxicorol.
I understand. Though, with how the situations, as you say, have been evolving, it makes me wonder, should it come that perhaps both Brontero and Oshibester call upon you, whether or not you have the resources to do both, or if you'll have to commit to one. But that's not necessarily clearly for you, as I'm sure that is well beyond my standing of what I'm allowed to know. We'll put it like that.
Right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to discuss?
I suppose I will ask this regarding the few things perhaps you can indulge me on. Of the incidents you have stopped, were any of them in any way related to the initial attack?
I'm not allowed to answer that question. Not to you, at least. There are ongoing investigations, Mr. Moxicorol. I'm sure you can understand that. Also, that is not particularly my area of expertise. I don't handle the investigative work.
I understand they were busy after all, though I do say it has been a long time to still be investigating.
There are multiple things to investigate. Do you know the crime rate in the city of Provonere as of this week?
I suppose that depends
On
what you define as a crime.
the law is the law.
Well, if you could please send a copy of the law over to the Korthals Chateau, that way I can make sure myself and my compatriots are well versed on what that law is.
Of course. Yes. Since you have connections to the Chancellor, though, I would recommend getting them from her directly.
So is this place subject to exclusively the law of Oshibester?
And of Brontero.
What about where the laws contradict?
They don't.
I find that hard to believe, but very well. In any case, I believe that will be all.
Well, good day, Mr. Moxicorol.
And good
And the
day
next
to you.
time you need me, particularly, to speak to, please come prepared with something actually worth my time.
Understood.
And you exit the office and return to the coastal chateau. And as you get back, Altrix, in a little bit of a mood, Zeiros is waiting for you outside of your bedroom door when you return.
Can I go back to the chancellor?
Just leave.
Just arrest me.
Altrix, there you are.
Yeah,
Where have you been?
running some errands. What can I do you for?
I have an item that I'd like if you'd be willing to look at.
Okay.
Yeah. And Zeiros will pull out a black scale. In the terms of it looks like a reptile scale, not like balance scale.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I'm like, would you be able to look at this and tell me about it?
Sure. I'll just go ahead and cast Identify.
Sure. As you cast Identify, this is a item that carries magical essence, but is not a magical item. I hope that is clear in definition.
Gotcha.
You identify this as a scale of the deity, which you don't believe in, Null.
I think this belongs to one of your friends.
One of my friends?
Yeah, one of your fellows from the other planes. Gods or whatever.
Which one?
I mean, I don't know their names. I'm not on a first name basis with any of these guys. I haven't sat down for tea with any of them. I only know Helm out of Osmosis with Owens. Like, I don't... It's not that one. I don't think he has this. I do apologize. I'm maybe not the best person to ask.
I mean, did anything get listed? Or is it just anything at all? Or there wasn't just no name or anything like that?
I want to be perfectly clear. Altrix casts Identify as an artificer. It's not a magical thing. It's him examining it physically. So although Mason may have told me Null, Altrix does not know who this is.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I was like, is he just lying to me? Okay, Altrix would. Okay, you're right. I totally forget that's how artificers actually do that shit. My bad. Yeah, okay, never mind.
He's just sitting here like, this belongs to a deity. I can't tell you who this is. It could be John Akadon. Like, I don't...
I think, Zeiros, actually, as you are contemplating that, you're not quite sure where or who you could ask that might know more about that, other than maybe examining that book that you have, or I guess Pura had for a time, and whether he still has it or not is up to y'all. But that might contain maybe some detail, but...
So, for my context, of course, I've never had scales or anything like scales, right? In terms of what
nope.
I know of.
Nope.
Okay, gotcha. Is this in my possession?
I think one other thing worth noting that Altrix would have been able to identify, even just by looking it over, is that, like I previously mentioned, this is an inherently, innately, magically empowered thing. It has a latent magical ability to it, even if it is not a magic item.
Yep.
And it is quite strong in that regard.
Okay. Well, it does seem that seems to be, as I kind of thought, like something important.
I suppose so.
Wonder which deity. I mean, I'd have to look up. The only dragon deities I know about, or even reptilian deities, is well, there's Tiamat. Tiamat does have. Actually, what my character
Tiamat's
probably
not
would know
a
about.
deity.
Isn't Tiamat like a deity?
No, he's from children's books. This is Altrix talking.
Oh, it's Altrix talking. Oh, I thought you were talking as like, oh, and I was like,
there's no way the guy from the dragon from the children's book is like God. You can't tell me they're making this crap up.
oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was listed in my deities book, so I was like, if that's one, then it would be that one. It could be that one. It does have black scales.
Well, I will leave you to ponder your scale. Is there anything else you need from me?
No. Well, how are you doing?
Fine. I suppose.
I'm sorry about breakfast the other day. Yeah,
Nah.
I know that was more Vellmon, but I was kind of on his side for the thing, so
It's no problem.
I do hope that you and your family will be able to talk again soon.
Perhaps this
Thank
place...
you. Oh.
Perhaps once this place is worth living in.
What do you mean by that?
This Gilded Order, as much as I've not been a fan of their needless hostility, so to speak, I find myself ever more finding more and more reasons to be displeased with them.
I'm not a fan of them either. Do you think they could be a danger to AUKUS?
Perhaps. Perhaps. Though, maybe not right now. Either way, point stands. They need to be put on a leash.
Indeed. At least enough of a leash to make sure that they won't hurt the people that they are, help making sure that this place is a livable place for everybody, right?
Indeed. Well, if you have nothing else, then I will return to my work. I have much to do.
Yes. I think that is fair. Thank you for your help.
And as the two of you part ways, and speaking of things to work on, Paloma, as you wake up one morning for training, the day goes by quite well. Chot, you see some more combat moves today. Try to get her to particularly learn your sonic boom ability, but unfortunately she just does not seem to be able to move that fast, at least not yet. But as you return after a long and hard day of training at URC, you return to your room. Sizik is still, of course, reading as he has been for most days. But Sizik was too engrossed to even notice that as you open the door, the smallest sound of metal, ting, 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 kind of rolling across the floor, hit by the doorway as it was opening, comes to your attention.
I hope it's money. What is it? Someone dropped a
All dreams can
coin?
come true. No,
It's a
but
grenade.
Yeah, it's a grenade. It blows up. No, it is a bracelet as you go to pick it up. And as you kind of examine it, it's a relatively nice golden and bejeweled bracelet. But as you look at the inside, a single word is inscribed on the inside, and that is Rascon.
That fucking guy. Guess I couldn't have stayed mad at him. And I will put the bracelet on.
Very nice. And with that, I think it's a good time to take our break, and we'll come back with Sizik in a moment. And so all of you sit tight. We'll see you in just a few minutes. And welcome back. We return to the city of Provonere. Sizik, as you have been finishing up your reading, what new project has Sizik begun to embark upon?
He's always been a very large advocate and fanatic for history, as many people I'm sure have realized and seen. And he takes a moment and he thinks to himself that there has most assuredly been some worthwhile stuff that has been seen that has yet to ever been documented. And he's aware that, it isn't the best to go around fully publishing everything that he knows, but he would be wrong to leave it undocumented. So whether it be his room or perhaps a different, very unused room within the Kosal Chateau, he will find himself in, alone, documenting the history from what he can recollect from a very specific place.
Sure. And as you begin to do that, you almost, or you not almost, but you do in fact, as you begin to write this over several days, you want to gather testimonials, let's call it, of different individuals amongst your companions and friends from what they experienced to better round out your account. And that leads you one particular early evening, right after dinner has occurred, to knock on the door of Marek's room. Now, Genevieve is not present this particular setting. She's off elsewhere doing something we'll get to in a moment. But Sizik, as you knock on the door, and Marek is inside.
Hello.
Yo.
Actually, this works well. I wanted to speak to you of a couple of things.
Sorry you didn't find the pretty one.
No, actually, I was searching for you.
Okay.
Well, the first thing I wanted to say is, nie żal.
Bless you?
Oh, sorry. Right. No, that was, Sylvan. I was saying that I am sorry. I wanted to apologize. I'm sure you are not exactly happy with what I had did, but you looked as if you were ready to attack the Gilded Order when they came to take the blood, and I understand you are not comfortable with it. That is yours. But we cannot also go around attacking them if we are to stay within the city and try to help people. And if what we must do is give in to what they asked so that we may simply stay within the walls, I'd say it is better than aggression. I was merely trying to keep you from doing something stupid that would have kept you away from everything here and being able to help us.
I definitely understand. As you may or may not be keenly aware, Genevieve and I do not have the most favorable of backgrounds. So I thought it might be advantageous to keep us a little more off book, but I get where you're coming from.
I could understand that as well. I am quite aware of who you were working with beforehand, and they are not the best of people. Um, um, but if you look at it in a way that you are perhaps pretending to do as the Gilded Order wants so you can destroy them from underneath their noses later on, then, I mean, that is essentially what we're doing.
Yeah, you're right.
More on why the other reason I came. I wanted to talk about Akadon, your experience, the things you saw, and generally your side of everything within.
Well, one thing that did happen was the fact that I was grabbed by a shadow person when we were in the reactor room, and I don't know exactly what happened after that. Or rather, I don't remember. But largely, it was pretty boring.
Even the boring stuff can be of value if you are able to recall specifics.
No, not really.
Well, shadow thing and no memory of it, I suppose, is something.
One thing I will say is that when we found you and immediately went to Akadon, is that we never really were intending to hurt you guys. I don't know if that is exactly what you thought. And then we were newer several days ago, but we were always optimistic.
I believe you may be telling that to the wrong person. I will never assume someone is intending harm until they actually go out of their way to do harm, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, good.
The others were probably a little less trusting than I would have been.
Well, I'm glad we're on the same page then, Sizik.
And he kind of looks around. There is no book underneath us.
Figure of speech.
I still don't quite get those.
Maybe I can teach you a few along the way.
You can sure try. Paloma has tried teaching the metal force, but those also do not make sense.
Understood. He kind of smirks a little bit once he realizes that he's trying to say metaphor.
And we will let that conversation trail off as we move elsewhere to Pura. Now, Pura, at this point in your downtime activity, you've already conferred with Genevieve and even found Sizik and let them both know that you are intending to maybe put on another show at Tequila Mockingbird. And after a discussion that I'll let both of those players formulate over the rest of the evening, and they can talk about that at a later time, you have found that now that you've covered that scope of things, you want to handle something more personal to you. And have begun to seek out a possibility to perhaps find a way to achieve the particular nature of the ability that you have been recently intrigued to learn about in your hemocraft. And that has led you to attempt to speak with Professor Arcaletz. However, Professor Arcaletz was not particularly helpful in answering any questions. And while he did tell you to research in the university library, reading can be boring sometimes. And there were perhaps better things you could do. So he said that maybe you should speak with Professor Flores at the university. She is a professor of the arcane arts more than Professor Arclet certainly is, and has directed you to her office, which is not but several doors down from his office. And so that is where we find you in the mid morning when you arrive here. As you knock on the door is quickly opened by a high elvish woman. She smiles at you. You recognize that she is in a traditional professor garbs and is well dressed as if she is preparing to give a lecture, maybe this afternoon, or some kind of presentation for her class. But as you walk in, she smiles at you and kind of waits for you to say something before she says anything. She wants to listen first.
I'm Pura. Professor Arcalex directed me towards you because I'm interested in hemocraft, and I was wondering if you could help me out.
I certainly could do my best. I assume you're a practitioner of those arts?
Yes, I do deal with a lot of blood.
And for better or worse, that is something. Well, Pura, I am Professor Flores, though in this particular setting you may refer to me as Valfine.
Valfine?
Valfine, the TH.
Valfine. Oh, what a interesting name.
Thank you. It is a elvish name. You appear elvish, to my knowledge, so I'm sure you can understand.
Yes, indeed.
Well, Pure, what can I do for you? What questions do you have regarding this particular line of inquiry?
Well, I'm very interested in trying to, I guess, control like my blood outside of my body. Like being able to manipulate the properties of the blood once it's exited my body.
Interesting. See, your face perks up a little bit, intrigued at least by the question. What you're describing? That would be external hemokinesis, I believe, the manipulation of blood beyond one's own self. Interesting. That is quite fascinating. Are you particularly inquiring about extravascular or intravascular?
Like, I guess extravascular once it's out of my body.
I suppose
Or like-
that is fair. I think the distinction is that extravascular occurs with blood of both yourself and of other creatures beyond the confines of the body, versus intravascular hemocraft, which is more dangerous, I would say, in my opinion, professionally, would be more focused on controlling the blood of another while inside their body.
Both sounds interesting.
Right. Well, is it possible? Yes, of course. That's why I know about it. Magic makes most things possible, though, to be fair. Is it illegal? Likely not, despite what certain armed organizations may prefer to have you believe. But the question becomes, is it ethical? And in particular, academic and religious organizations, probably not, in just honesty. But that is not necessarily my concern. The freedom of the arcane is not solely defined by such people. And that is why we have ambition, right? That said, I don't believe in denying anyone the pursuit of, well, anything really, simply because it frightens others. But you must understand, Pura, that freedom and ambition carry prices. But if you're prepared to pay them, then why should I be the one to stop you?
I have paid a lot of prices for my freedom and ambition, and I'm not planning on stopping doing that.
if you are so serious about this path that you speak of, I cannot teach you what you wish to know. But there is someone who can. And her voice drops to a whisper in this space. She almost glances around as if searching for something in the room, to making sure that nobody else is in there, but there's nobody obviously in the room. And she whispers down to you. You will want to speak with Dr. Sizik Koss. You may find him in the Northwest District. He prefers solitude of the unfinished construction, as I've heard of it personally. I've never met the man, but I have heard of it. I believe he can help you with what you seek, but I advise caution. He will not likely ask you why you want the power you speak of, but the cost will come either way. So, a fair warning.
Well, thank you for telling me this information.
Of course.
Do you have any idea of what the cost would be?
I am not a practitioner of that particular arcane subspecialty, so I would not be able to tell you. But you certainly can try. But you seem to be serious about doing this. I would maybe take a pause and ask yourself at least if this is something you truly want to do. Dr. Sizik Koss, to my knowledge at least, is a bit of an interesting character. So, I suppose you've been warned.
Okay. Well, thank you again for the information, and it was lovely to meet you.
Of course. And if you have any more arcane academic questions, I would be delighted to enlighten.
Yeah. Well, I guess I will be going, and I will definitely take your words into consideration.
Of course. I'm sure you will. Now, I also must be going as she begins to step out of the office with you and closes the door behind her. I have a lecture to attend to.
Oh, what's the lecture about?
It is my advanced studies class on the arcane practitioner of wizardry.
Oh. Cool. Imperia's going to duck the other way.
Yeah, I was going to say, Pura just leaves. Okay, got it. I will ask you, Jared, just for Pura's sake, if Pura is interested in pursuing this thread of information that has been given to him immediately, or if it's something that he would like to dwell on for some time.
I'd say he's pretty interested. I mean, he really doesn't like the fact that someone has our blood and is controlling it in some fashion.
Sure.
Fashion.
Sure.
So.
Okay. Well, situations may be as they are then. You begin to make way for the Northwest District of the city of Provonere. And now it is midday, a little bit after noon by the time you arrive there. And in your time in living in the city of Provonere prior to your adventures, and even now, the Northwest District is an off and on again project that the Council of Provonere was using to expand the city. But it is primarily what the development committee of the individuals of Provonere that you have encountered that you knew of were on that committee were working on. However, it does not appear when you arrive there that they've made any progress since the last you've heard of it. Things here, even though there are cranes and construction equipment quite everywhere, buildings are halfway constructed. Some of them are almost done, houses and taller buildings, but nothing is livable. And so it's just kind of set here. And it doesn't seem that anything is going on when you arrive. It is definitely a little more eerie, though, I think, when you arrive, because it's just that unnerving feeling that you've stepped into a shadier part of town. But you begin to search around for this Dr. Koss that you've been told of. And it takes you a little bit of searching, several hours, as the Northwest District is a massive undertaking. It is a quite large in its search area, but you find a cluster of buildings here on the very far outskirts of the city of Provonere, in which you can hear, as you draw near, the sounds of vermin. The different animals are maneuvering inside this building, likely kept in cages of some sort. And of course, if there are vermin being kept here, then somebody must be here, right? Because there's no shops out in this area. So you tuck your head in to catch a glimpse of a man appears human, maybe half-elf, quite tall as he is hunched over, has a large black lab coat thrown over his shoulders, and his back is facing you. You can see the points of his ears and slick-backed, short-trimmed, brown, almost black hair. It seems to be quite rapidly manipulating different vials of crimson liquid, which you can probably assume is blood. But as you step into, just kind of catching him through a window, you come to the door itself, and you can knock if you'd like.
I knock.
Okay. The laboratory goes hushed for a moment, and then the pitter-patter of feet, slowly but surely, approaches the door. And the door squeaks open just about a couple of inches, just enough to reveal like half of his face as he leans out to look at you. He looks you up and down for a moment, but doesn't say anything quite yet. He thinks for a couple of seconds. Yes, what do you want?
Are you Dr. Koss?
Who's asking?
Well, I'm Pura, and I was told that you you deal with or that that you deal with chemocraft, and I also practice hemocraft, and I was wanting to speak with you about some things.
Come in. And the door swings open. He kind of steps back. And you step into a disjointed laboratory space. Definitely looks well lived in. So he's been here for quite some time. But as you step in, yes, there are all kinds of rodents and different vermin kept in cages here, different birds kept in different cages here as well, kind of scattered about. And the floor is unmistakably stained in a darker color. And the table is even more stained than that, in that deep, dried crimson. And there is a heavy stench of iron as you walk in, and copper, the smell of blood as it is dried and set. Show me what you've got.
What I've got?
Yes, you said you are a practicer. What is it? Show me
Well,
your abilities.
Okay. Is there like a bottle or something that's on like a table?
Yes, there's a table has full
Double
of
bottles?
bottles and all kinds
Okay.
of, yes.
Pura takes out his pistol, and he charges one of the shells up with his blood, and he shoots one of the bottles.
Pew! And the glass shatters. You hear him sigh in the background. Right. And he grabs you by the shoulder and kind of pulls you back in one of those, not to harm you, but definitely a person who doesn't quite understand the social boundaries of personal space, and looks at you right in the eyes. And this is the first time as you get a look at his face. The left side of his face, his eye, has these weird, deep black and red veins that kind of spurn from it. But the eyelid is closed until he glares at you, opening his eyelid. And he has one normal eye on the right half of his face. It's like an off-colored green. The left eye, there is no white in the eye. It is all black. And in the pupil, it is a bright red that's just staring down at you. And that is not a natural color of red. That is a magical color of red of some kind, as he begins to look you up and down. You view blood like a weapon. That is your first mistake. And he almost instantaneously takes a dagger off of his belt and slices across his thumb. And a small bead of blood begins to form on his thumb. Blood is pressure. It's rhythm inside of your body. Outside, it is quite easily manipulated. Yet blood is still alive when it exits for a time, making that the target of your craft. To control it, inside a system is what I have been perfecting. Because a system does not want your control. It requires force and intention. But in both cases, in and out, blood is a currency, not a weapon that you must deal in. You cannot be afraid to bleed. You'll always make more blood. He pauses for a moment. It's the moment right after the pain sets in that you seize control. You convince the cells to obey your command, even if they aren't yours to command at all. And you watch as the bead drips slowly, almost as if time is slowed down, even though it actually hasn't, as his blood is dripping mid-air towards the floor. And suddenly, as he manipulates his fingers, the blood stops in mid-air and just sits there for a moment. And then he kind of twists his hand a little bit, and it crystallizes, like it freezes over. And then he releases, and the blood drops to the ground, and it shatters into dust. That is manipulation. Now you do it, and he hands you a clean dagger.
I look at the dagger to make sure it is clean.
It is clean. Yeah.
It's clean. Then I'm going to kind of hesitantly, but kind of not cut my palm.
Okay.
And I think I'm gonna like squeeze out a drop of blood, and then try to do exactly what he just did.
Okay. Describe to me how Pura does it, though.
How Pura does it. Pura. So you know how his eye glows red? Pura's markings are going to glow red, and he's going to take the blood, and he's going to almost like turn his hand and like flip the blood into the air.
And it rises up.
And then I'm going to try to do the pistol that he did as well.
Okay. You concentrate, focusing as your markings glow this brighter red. And it kind of crystallizes in midair, but doesn't quite get to the point that you can quite stop it. And as it's falling, you push a little harder, I think, and it freezes right before. It doesn't stop it from falling, but it freezes in mid-fall and then splatters on the ground.
Yeah.
Much improved to your firearm. Now, now you scale that upwards. He walks over to one of the small cages and grabs a rat. Just puts a whole hand on the rat. You hear the squeaking of the rat as he takes it out and brings it over to the table. And he sets it down with his left hand, and with the dagger that he used to cut himself, stabs through the hind legs of this rat and pins it to the table. So the rat is squirming. There's a little bit of blood forming on the table. And then he turns to look at you, that red eye looking more intently, as if pushing past the surface view and almost trying to read what you're thinking, if you're afraid, or try to find out if you are embracing the challenge or fearing away from it. And he puts another hand on your shoulder. You must put the rodent out of its misery. It suffers until you act. Kill it, but don't touch it. Manipulate the blood inside of it. Command it.
Pura is going to close his eyes and try to focus and visualize the rat in his mind. And he's going to try to visualize the heartbeat of the rat. and try to manipulate the blood out of the heart.
Okay. And as you are focusing, the world seems distant for a moment. Seems quiet as you focus more on the sensation, like the blood is running on your fingertips, even though you haven't actually contacted it yet. And as you do that, you find the opening to reach that blood is through the wound on the rat's legs where the dagger sits. That's your in. You feel a sensation of traveling along veins towards the heart. And then from there, the arteries that spread across. And there is a moment in the suffering of an animal that you can seize power, as if you could grab all the blood at once and then do something new with it.
Am I able to force the blood out of the heart and put it out of its misery?
Like the heart explode?
Yeah.
I think so. I think you could do that, certainly. You focus with all of your might and ability to instinctively cause the blood to concentrate rapidly and then expand outwards. And it almost an instant after you let that focus take hold, the rat, and you watch the eyes immediately bloodshot, and the rat's dead. And in doing that, you gain immediately 1 point of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Good. Much better. You have now gained what you sought. I must get back to my research. Away you go.
One more question. What if the blood is far away?
You'll figure it out.
Oh,
as you have
okay.
done here. Practice, and you will get it right.
I see. Oh, thank you. I've learned a lot.
Of course. And then as soon as you step out, the door slams shut behind you. And Jared, before I cut away from you here, in about 30 seconds, you can check your character sheet, and you will have a new feat on your character sheet.
Oh. Cool.
So many.
Interesting.
All right. You can refresh your page and go search that up now. Take a good look and read at it, but do that in your own time. But we will cut away from Pura here to a different space. We head back to Zeiros now.
Okay.
Zeiros, you have collected your thoughts on something you want to accomplish and have put your mind to it and have started working on this very project of something, doing a little crafting of your own, perhaps. And I think while you do that, I will have you roll to manipulate with the reality chip, if you would be so kind. No, wait, I've already had to do that. I'll have you do another one. Why not? And if you'll go ahead and do that, and then also, if you would describe to me the stage that we find Zeiros in crafting this project.
So yeah, what am I specifically rolling?
You were rolling reality chip.
Oh, like the daily one?
Yes.
The one where it's yes. Sorry, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Okay. I got a 16. So the reality chip does not learn about me more.
For now.
For now. And alrighty, and then the crafting. Zeiros has collected a lot of items over their time, from the past before they can remember, and during their adventure, during their guardianship in Aukis, and through their adventure with the Lorem Ipsum. And some of those items are better than others, and some of them could be better used. So Zeiros taking a page out of the book of Altrix with the scale of null and other items that they have in their disposal, went out, bought some of extra, like the little bit of extra materials, about 400 gold's worth of like incenses, chalk, and candles, anything you would need for like a ritual type deal, and makes basically a giant ritual circle within the church that they are like staying in of the on the actual plot of land. They set up the candles, they set up the different incenses to burn, they've set up different like crystals, like not like super expensive ones, but something like some like those like cheaper crystals and other such things, and as well as other like natural like rocks and twigs and such. They then in the center, they kind of have like different circles that they fill into either this like circle. One, they place the Dreamer's Locket that they got in. Brain is thinking of what I can't never remember the places. Why do I never remember? Why am I keep forgetting? Akadon. There we go. The enchanted cold weather clothing that they got as well. They put in this little area. They put their amulet of the devout in the very center. The boots of the elven kind in another part of the circle. The parapet of wound closure, and then the scale, the forest emerald, and then the 2 moonstones that they have on them, and a 300 gold piece diamond. And just to double check with the DM, that is all the items that we said, other than the gold that I was spent on getting like the materials for the rest.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
Go.
With that in mind, so having pretty much multiple magic items starts to use the power of the reality chip, as well as their magic and the divine power of the divine intervention that they have, to basically work together and extend the power that Zeiros has for the time to basically take the items that are in this circle to forge them together to create a new magic item. Am I describing the whole process or just part of it?
I think let's describe a part of it.
Let's start part 1 then. Part 1 is more of like just the I'd say Zeiros has some complications in the beginning. Zeiros has never actually crafted an item, has never actually done anything. So the first round of magic is almost getting more in touch with the reality chip, as well as the using divine intervention to like assume their more like god power form. They of course successfully assume it, and they start like all the items start to kind of like do like little shakes, and like you like seemingly start to unravel almost into like their material components, and they don't seem to quite be, and Zero spends probably a few hours trying to do this, but cannot quite get through on the first day.
Sure. And thus begins the tale of Zero's crafting an item. And we will come back to that in a little bit. Elsewhere, though, we head back to Paloma. Paloma, you have continued to train at Yersi, but have decided to take at least some time off to rest, take it like a kind of a recuperation day, and have thought you as well, after learning that Altrix had ventured outside the city to send a message, you, since you have a bank account, don't have to do that. You spared yourself that red tape, I suppose. But there's also someone in your mind that is ever so present that you might also send a message to.
Yes, and it's not going to be a problem that Yazira doesn't have a bank account here, right?
No.
No, okay. So Paloma will take out the sending stone that she shares with Yazira, and she will send her a message. Hey girl, hope everything's going well for y'all. We're all back in Provonere. Shit's crazy here. I have a bank account now. TTYL, love Paloma.
Okay. And there is almost instantaneously, those people that sit by their phone literally just waiting for a text message to respond. Zayzura is 100% that kind of girl. And so like almost immediately you get a response back. Hey Queen, missed you so much. Crater and I traveled through Arcane, stayed with parents for a bit, and now we're headed south towards Elatar Bay.
Nice. And same thing. I'll probably over the course of a couple days just like give her. I will give her a censored version of what has happened.
Sure.
In as vague like I don't because I know the government's listening.
Sure. Got that line. Yeah, I got it. Okay. If you'd like to, just like I gave the opportunity to Altrix, if you want to kind of save up several days and come back with a longer message, you certainly can. Or we can just say Paloma does that.
Yeah, Paloma does that. It's fine.
Okay. Got it. Totally fine. Understood. All right. Well, we will pan from there then. Elsewhere. I think now is a good time to check back in on Marek. Actually, Marek, I'm going to do Genevieve first. Just, yeah, sorry. Take away your thunder. Do Genevieve, and then I'll come back to Marek. Genevieve, having kind of completed all the things that you wanted to work on during your downtime this week, I've kind of just been lounging around. It's late one particular night, and as with many nights, under the stars, under the two moons, under the planetary rings now visible in the night sky, very beautiful time of year here in the city. You find yourself a little bit distant from the coastal chateau formerly, and find yourself kind of on the edge of the woods, finding a stump to sit on, a place to sit down. You have specifically requested that the cook make you warm potato soup every night, and you take it out here and sit down and to work on what? What is Genevieve's doing here, and how do you find her this evening?
So she is like, as she kind of like, sorry, I am digesting what I just ate. So she finds this like serene little location. Her now freshly cut hair that is pretty wavy and now smooth is like braided it kind of off to the side, and she kind of looks like she's in more of her like lounge wear, which is kind of odd because she's like not at the chateau, but I wouldn't say maybe like too far. She is just wanting to really get in touch with something that brings her peace in a way that she can really work through troubling feelings and thoughts and turmoil, and that's through her music, which is no surprise. But as she does this with intention to try to remedy some just unsettled feelings and tensions that she has within herself, especially after, some of the things that have happened since the party's been in Provonere. So she is just going to take out her lute and start playing her music, and she's really going to kind of disconnect from what's going on around her. So she is kind of in a more vulnerable state at the moment.
Sure. What is particularly the vibe of the music that Genevieve has been playing during this downtime?
Genevieve tends to like to play music that is more upbeat and lively, which can which can vary to kind of how lively that music is, especially depending on the audience. However, her music is very more solemn in this evening, and it just is really kind of slow and melodic, if you will.
Okay, sure. And as the music of Genevieve trails off, as it does most evenings, at least the forest critters here and the kind of edge of the Iadawil woods find at least a liking. Occasionally, the birds will stop their chirping to listen in, or a frog will periodically jump by on a nearby stump and listen, looking at you with the weird bulbous eyes they have, and then leap off away. But that will be that. Marek, as you continue to work here in the Steel and Thundelver facility, I will ask you one last time to make another perception, investigation, or insight check, if you'd be so kind.
I got another nat 20 on perception.
Oh, nice. Okay, crazy. All right. You overhear the same two workers talking more hushed as this shift is kind of nearing its close. The first gentleman says, "Are you headed there tonight? To the Prime?" "Yes, I'm going." Now that you've told me the passphrase, I certainly am finding time in my schedule to go. And the first gentleman once again returns with, "Great, well, maybe we'll have a chance to play each other then." And that is where that conversation ends. I will let you do with that all of that information as you will. However, as you kind of are retiring for this evening, heading back towards the Godel Chateau, you pause for a moment on the road back to the house and decided to veer off a little bit, head to the Cathedral District. Now, typically, Marek would never find himself in the presence of such place. However, you have this strange question that you maybe have always wondered, but have never had a good time to ever ask about it, simply because you've always been trying to keep your head on. And so I think now that you're relaxed a little bit more, even though after a long day's work, you find yourself in the Cathedral Plaza here in Provonere with a burning question. Now, there are 7 cathedrals here with an 8th building acting as an administrative hall. There are the Church of the 7 Gods. Each one of those deities has a respective church in this particular plaza. Is there one of those 7 entities that you are particularly curious about speaking with, some member of the clergy within one of those buildings?
What are those 7 gods that are there?
Totally valid question. That is Bahamut, Aneris, Ilmater, Lepelon, Lunaris, Helm, and Corellon.
Lunaris.
Okay. That is the moon.
Yeah.
Sure. And as you step into the place that worships the Moon Mother, lots of murals are painted in this chapel, depicting different celestial positions of the 2 moons of the planet Everlethia. And after speaking a little bit with the clergy, you don't particularly get any answers that you may have been hoping to find. However, one of them, she almost doesn't speak, but as the other priests and priestesses are kind of saying their farewells to you, she kind of catches herself last minute and speaks up. Sir, I've done lots of studies, and unfortunately I can't help you with what you're asking, but I do believe that that Mr. Gendros over at the Cathedral of Ilmater will be able maybe to answer your question.
Oh, thank you. You said Gendros?
Yes, Gendros.
Alrighty. Okay, I'll go head over that way then.
Okay, solid. And as you do in fact enter into this cathedral, it is much different than the one you just left. Here it is simpler. There is just regular old lantern light on the walls. The pews are plain wood. There are very little paintings in this space, but there is a reddish accent, this paint that seems to kind of adorn the building in different places. And as you walk in, much like you would find perhaps a friar in the medieval times, dressed in what you almost would call sackcloth, he approaches you, has a walking cane or stick that he has in one hand, and this pendant, if you can call it that, maybe a necklace. It has an iron spike that just kind of dangles from his neck. But he looks like an older human gentleman. His hair is kind of that off brown color, fading to gray, and his eyes almost stare at you with this like dullness, as if he's trying to make out who exactly is standing in front of him. Oh, could I help you, my dear boy?
Hey, I'm not typically like very religious or anything like that, but my mom was celestial, so I'm kind of wondering about my lineage a little bit.
Ah, of course. Well, do you have any markings or anything that would give your lineage away?
I can do this. And he kind of activates his necrotic shroud, becomes like all black. The eyes pool black, flightless wings.
Interesting. I can't see very much, but I can see that you have this aura around you. That doesn't particularly aid my inquiry, though. And as he kind of finishes that sentence, you kind of just turn your head instinctively, and he catches a glimpse of something behind your left ear. Wait, what is that?
What?
He walks up to you and reaches a hand out and places it right behind the ear. This blotch, what is that? Have you always had that?
I didn't even know that was there.
Oh. Well, that might be something. Yeah, come with me. He leads you into a smaller offshoot of the chamber, more of like a study maybe, or a smaller chapel. And he begins to pull a tome off of the wall, and then looks at it for a minute and puts it back and realizes that's not the right one, and grabs another one, kinds of dust off the cover, and sets it down and begins reading. And turns to the first 20 or so pages of the book, and opens it and sets it down. Yes, I think this is the one. My boy, I wonder if you are in fact a descendant of an old angelic group. Here, come look at this page. And he shows you what he is looking at. And the title of this particular section that you're reading is The Sabers of Suffering. I'm just going to tell you what it says. That way I don't have to... it'll be easier. Yeah. It describes an angelic order that resided on Mount Celestia, one of the outer planes, meant to be stewards of Ilmater's presence. Ilmater, by the way, is also referred to as the persistent, the endurer of suffering, and basically is revered as a deity of perseverance of some kind. It describes the Sabers of Suffering as an affirmation of comfort, even in the darkest hours. It says that they were created by Ilmater during a time period referred to as the Darkest Decade, and were often regarded as lights in the darkness, both metaphorically and literally. it does mention that over time the order dwindled over thousands of years, because the darkest decade is, it's been 6 millennia since then. And many believe that the Sabers of Suffering actually completely dissolved, but a few centuries before the modern worlds, that would have been 300 or 400 years ago, people think they just kind of stopped existing, kind of faded out. However, it does note in this book that some church records believe or have recorded accounts that a few of the descendants of the Sabers of Suffering might actually exist across the planet of Alethea, though scattered. Priest of Ilmater claim that seeing such an individual or encountering such an individual means that character, that person, exists in the world as it is, to help people endure through particularly difficult times. So it's considered maybe a sign of good luck or of hope. And it describes characteristically an inky blotch of darkly pigmented skin behind the left ear as being a remnant of the original angelic tattoo worn by this order.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. I think, personally, I would count it as a sign of endurance here. It brings quite comfort to add to these accounts, especially given the circumstances of today's world.
Yeah. Do you know where I could find more information about the Sabers of Suffering?
I would recommend the Vicarance of Brontero, particularly of Dryaleer. She is the Vicarant of Ilmater. But we have not heard from her in some time, in the last several weeks, which is unusual, but my understanding is they have other matters to attend to as well. So you might try looking there if you have the opportunity to, but other population centers that have cathedrals like this, or maybe even a library investigation, might be beneficial too. Or, if you are of a religious faith, you might pray to the Endurer himself.
Good to know. Thank you very much.
Of course.
And he kind of just walks off a little bit shell-shocked that maybe he actually believes in something for once. Or he might think about believing something for once.
Fair enough. Erring on caution, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. And we will step away from Rek here as he returns, much to think about, and step back to Sizik. Sizik, as you have continued to document the history of Akadon, though secretly, of course, no one could know, right? As you begin to kind of round out your records, so to speak, you decide that there is a person in the city of Provonere that you might go visit. So as you begin walking across Consilas Hill, where are you headed?
To a very familiar house that we were totally not snooping around at one point last time we were in Provonere.
Sure, of course. I assume you were referring to the McKinnon estate.
I am.
Of course. I mean, y'all did snoop around at a lot of houses, let's just be honest, but nonetheless, you arrive at the McKinnon family home here on the I want to say mid portion of Consilas Hill, but it's actually more south and kind of juts out. But a very large building that you are quite familiar with, as being an area that may or may not have been bombed at one point. But that was a story for a different time. However, as you arrive, you kind of knock on the door, and there is a pause before the door opens to you to reveal the very person that you have actually come to see, and that is one Evelyn McKinnon.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Sizik, right?
Yeah.
Please come in.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll kind of walk in.
Well, what brings you here? It's good to see you.
Well, we are finally back in the city after a long while, and just sort of felt like on a whim that I should come and see how you and your brother have been faring, especially with the current leadership.
Right. Yes, she kind of rubs her face. Even for a young girl, she looks tired. Yes, I thank you for coming by to check. Wesley is quite busy with, well, the family business. Neither one of us are lawyers yet. Wesley has enrolled in law school at the university, though, and he's doing his best, though his studies are not going well. Well, what to begin? I don't want to bore you with all the details. I'm sorry.
I'm sure it is much better than you may assume it would be.
Well, I meant my details, but I don't want to bore with my details.
The house looks much better.
Oh, I'm glad you think so, especially since there's nobody else here.
You know, there is a lot going on. You are clearly not at your best. If you would like to take a break sometime, you should go to the chateau. We have a very nice garden that I specifically asked to be put within the grounds.
My schedule is quite busy, but if I had the opportunity to swing by, I would be delighted. We have not. I haven't seen the garden or a garden in quite some time, actually. Right after we finished repairing the house, is when the Council of Provonere ceased to exist. And when that happened, because we currently can't really pay our lawyers because my parents employed them, we have kind of been running a little low on funds. Thankfully, we have our parents' reserve, but we have not been able to retain any of our house staff. So it's just been Wesley and I in this big house, and it's not very comforting, I suppose. So maybe I will swing by to see your garden.
Mason.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
Off the top of his head, how much room is there in the chateau after all of us plus our workers?
There is at least a spare bedroom, certainly. But you also have the hireling house kind of adjacent to the main building itself that was constructed when all of you acquired the chateau. And because not all of your house staff and hirelings live on property, some of them commute to work every day. There is probably enough room to house one or two extra people if you absolutely had to.
You know, if everything here is tending to be more of a burden, we have room at the chateau. You and your brother, I'm sure, are my companions would not mind having you around. You could sell this place to help pay off the people that you owe, and still have somewhere to live. And everything is taken care of by our workers.
May I ask you a question?
I have no reason to say no.
Why would you offer such a thing?
Because you are in a tough situation and everybody needs a hand from time to time.
I think you'll make an insight check for me.
I am, I think, okay at those. No, I am not okay at those.
Okay.
So this
Got it.
comes down to what the dice decide.
Okay. As it sometimes
With
is.
my wonderful +0. Oh, can I use a luck point? I don't.
You can. You can use a luck
I mean,
point if you
I
want.
got no reason not to because I don't really want to take a 3 personally. No.
Personally, of course.
No offense to Jared, but I'm not
Jared
trying to
took
have
much
another-
offense the moment you called out his name.
I'm not trying to have another run like him and his con
Mhm.
saves.
Jared taking strays is insane, bruh.
I mean, he did get the continual shame too.
That's true.
Hey,
Yeah,
an
just
18 is
under-
much better.
Okay.
An 18.
Now, Sizik, you're not particularly well versed in social relationships because you've mostly just been traveling with Paloma, and neither one of you is particularly well versed in social relationships. Probably you less than her, but you, even though you're not necessarily comfortable reading people and don't really consider that one of your skills, in this particular moment, you catch that she blushes just a little bit, and maybe just assumed that you were asking for a different reason than what you said. But she doesn't say anything from that.
Even if that is what he reads, he has no idea. He's
Sure.
like completely like.
Sure. Right. I'll talk to Wesley when he gets home, but I think we'll be all right. But if we need to, thank you for the offer.
Of course.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
I don't think so. I mostly just came to check up.
All right, Sizik. Well, thank you once again for stopping by. I appreciate the company.
No problem. We'll kind of turn towards the door. Wave. Porche muy truge.
I know that is Sylvan, but I don't speak it.
This is goodbye, my friend.
Whatever you said. To use it.
But I'll just take a leave and walk back to the
Okay.
chateau.
Farewell. And we return to Zeiros. Zeiros, as you catch Paloma after working for some time for the day and after she has been training, you find a moment that you can actually speak to her about what you particularly want to talk to her about.
Oh yes, there was.
yeah.
Paloma.
Yeah. What you need?
Okay. So I know you're probably not really a fan of talk about Akadon as much.
It sucked.
However, it did suck indeed. However, one of the items I have that I got from there, which was the reality chip, I can connect to different Akadonian devices. And if you compare it to compatible arcane codex device like Mirex, can automatically draw out history of data reaching fragments of memories, records, holograms, information. However, you take a little bit of damage when you use it.
I do or you do?
Me.
Okay.
So I was curious, is that something you'd be interested in doing?
Yeah, sure. You
Is
can use it on Mirex.
do I have to be attuned to Mirex, or is it I don't think I do.
Nope,
I think I can
you
just
don't have. Nope, you don't have to be a
Cool. Cool. I'm like, well, let's see what this does. and I'm going to use the reality chip Akadon link on Mirex.
Okay, before you do that, let me clarify with Anna real quick. From Paloma's perspective, is it still only in Orin, or is this translating back to Common?
No, it's still in Orin.
Okay, understood. Thank you. All right. All right, Zeiros, if you will go ahead and do that, you begin to activate the reality chip, kind of almost like they plug in together, kind of like a USB port, but it's not a USB port, but it's kind of like that. And Mirex begins to read, kind of glitching out for a moment, and then of course Paloma is the only person that can read this. Is there? No, I'm not going to ask you that. I think Paloma, as you read the words, kind of transcribing on Mirex has suddenly detected or become aware of sensing other Acadonian devices within its general vicinity, just kind of now that the reality chip is plugged into it. Now you understand that ability will only be in play while the reality chip is connected to Mirex, so only temporary. But in addition to Mirex, of course, the reality chip, also Kaizal nearby, and your small little Lambda unit, which isn't really small, but Altrix kind of acquired. Mirex is reading another device that is new to you as you're reading it. That is unrecognized.
Unnamed device in network?
No. It reads Korthals, located nearby.
Does it give a direction or distance?
Yes, it does. It begins to ping just kind of like a GPS does. And it begins to signal, like a little like arrow kind of appears on screen, like it's focusing a direction, and it reads 74 feet, and it begins to ping somewhere in the house.
Okay, well, I definitely follow it.
Okay, Zeiros, do you follow? Okay, all right,
Yeah.
understood. Totally fair.
Also, just for purposes of like keeping, because you said this is after a day of work, right?
Yes.
Great. I'll be honest, I'm giving myself an exhaustion point for this because I think I exhausted myself at least somewhat through it. And I don't have my divine intervention or any of the charges left on the actual reality chip. I don't need a charge to actually do this part. I can just do this as part of the item. So it's still works fine.
Sure. Okay. Paloma, you scurry down the main hall, Zeiros following quickly in your stead, as you round the corner into the dining room. And as you enter the dining room, you kind of look up from Mirex across the table. Standing by the entryway to the kitchen is someone you recognize, of course, being Genevieve, getting her potato soup for the dinner, for her dinner before she heads to out back. And as you kind of continue to follow the arrow as it's beelining, you get right up next to Genevieve, who at this moment, Genevieve, you recognize that Zeiros and Paloma have come into this space. And then all of a sudden, Mirex stops and it turns red and it says, "Arrived."
You have arrived at your destination.
You have arrived at your destination.
Paloma's
I'm gonna
all up in your personal space.
look.
She is.
I'm just. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I have like soup. And I'm just kind of like looking at you. And I swallow this soup. Hi.
Hey, Mirex says you have Korthals.
Remind me who that is again?
Mirex is the thing on my wrist, and Korthals is the system that controlled all of Akadon.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay. Do you have anything that might have it? That like maybe you didn't know it had it? Because like we don't understand most of what we got there. So can I search through your bag and see what Mirex says it is?
I actually. Yeah, hold on. I might have something. She's gonna set down her bowl of soup.
Eating the potato soup. I love it.
And meanwhile, Paloma is like staring straight up at her from, you know.
She's like kind of like not really moving out of Paloma's way, but just kind of like sets the
Pivoting.
soup down kind of around her. She's like not terribly uncomfortable that Paloma's like in her personal space. But she like reaches into her little satchel and she pulls out this this like dark gray gemstone that has these like pale white sigils on it. And it kind of has this blue aura that's kind of pulsing. And she's gonna like kind of tap it onto your watch and be like, what is... It's like, maybe it's this. I don't know.
Nope,
I got this
it
from
is-
Akadon.
It is not that.
It's not that? Okay.
Okay. She puts it back in her satchel and picks up her soup.
Okay, but like, what else do you have in there?
She puts
and
her soup down again.
Paloma, if you would be so kind, and Zeiros, you may help Paloma in this regard if you have the capacity to do so. But Paloma, if you'll make an Arcana check or an Investigation check for me.
I
It's the
actually do have
soup.
something.
Bad at both of those.
I
Wait,
know.
It's
Here's
the
what I'll do.
soup.
The soup is Korthals.
Which one are you better at, by the way?
Genevieve is slowly
not.
becoming Korthals as she consumes this.
No. I'm asking because I'm
I
going
get
to use
plus
enhance
0
ability
to
on
both.
you.
They're
Yeah.
both
I'm giving you
intelligence.
enhance
so I get
ability
+0.
intelligence then.
Okay.
So you have advantage on it at least.
Woo.
I unfortunately, what's the it's Arcana and what?
Help is Arcana and Investigation, both of which are intelligence stats.
I don't
but
have
you can only
proficiency
give
in any of those.
It's okay. You can only give advantage once from help, even if you did. So you already did
Yeah.
that by doing enhance ability.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 19.
19. Okay. With a DC of 18 or higher, Paloma. As you are reading through Murex, you almost have to get like to the fine print and kind of like zoom in and like click through like a couple of like dialogue options with Murex before you pause for a moment, a little flabbergasted, not quite sure how we arrived at this. Genevieve doesn't have Korthals. Genevieve is Korthals.
It is the soup.
It's not the soup.
Murex says that actually it's nothing in your bag, but that it's you.
And Genevieve, if you would be so kind as to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh!
The soup
Okay.
is taking over.
No! I
You
just wanted
consumed
some
the soup,
soup.
and now the soup will consume you.
No! A wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
Oh man, I'm not good at those.
That's unfortunate.
No one can
All
help her?
right.
I'm great
No,
at
not
wisdom
this one.
saving throws.
I don't know if this is gonna help me at all. I got a 17.
Ooh.
17. Okay, that is a pass. You are okay. Genevieve. Now, you're not the only person that did this too, so now I'm going to remind most of you that encountered this back when we were in Akadon, particularly in Chapter 8, Episode 15. I asked maybe if you had interfaced with Korthals. I asked you when you were leaving to make a wisdom saving throw. And if you failed, which only one person did, that being Genevieve, Genevieve, you are now realizing that in interfacing with Korthals implanted itself in your brain as a backup before you reset it. And so your brain currently has an analog copy of Korthals inside of it, and it's just been latently there.
You're an external
since-
hard drive.
Yep, you are an external hard drive. It's the
I
soup.
was so afraid you were gonna say you are with child.
Oh,
So
no.
afraid.
Oh my god.
No, that's something that potato soup will definitely do to you, but Korthals won't.
There's a baby Korthals in me.
Oh my
No,
god. No, just a food
but-
baby.
that's just the potato soup.
Good.
No, everything's fine. Yeah.
So I realize that this is reality. Like that, everything you just said, I'm realizing that.
Yeah.
I might have forgotten that I did do that thing when you like interface with Korthals. I didn't feel super right after I did that. So that might just I don't know. I don't think maybe something happened there.
Okay, and now, do you feel like a semi-omniscient being ruling over a long-dead city?
Sit back, grab
I
my soup.
look at me? Am I your supreme chancellor?
Do
Is
I
that
feel
somewhere in your brain?
like- do I feel the need to salute Paloma right now?
No, you don't. But also, I will remind you that this interfacing occurred before
Before-
Paloma reset Korthals.
Right.
So yes, that would not have applied anyway. But Genevieve,
Wait.
though you do not feel like you are in any capacity a omniscient ruler of the city of Akadon, if you will make a history check, that would be appreciated.
Hold on. Pause. As a player right now, does this mean I have access to what Korthals was like keeping from us before we reset Korthals? Oh my
Perhaps.
god. The nosiness in me, the chismosa in me just needs to know this. Okay. Okay. History?
Yeah, history, please.
Oh god. Okay. I'm using a luck point. Because we're not
Yeah,
doing
this might
like
be a
half-
role you want to do. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because
I don't
I
blame you.
really want to know this.
Do you need like any spell help?
Yeah, please. That'd be cool
Okay.
if we could.
I'm going to give. Do you want a D4 advantage? Wait, it's a history check.
History,
Yeah.
yes.
Am I able to help at all?
Yeah, you can
Then a
help.
help action.
Yep,
Cool.
help action is fine.
I
Yeah, that gives you
am-
advantage, Genevieve.
Just to double check.
Okay.
Sorry, never mind. You can't do that. You get advantage. I'm giving you the casting. You know, I'm just gonna. I'm giving you advantage on the thingy with spell instead. Paloma, you no longer have that.
Okay.
Okay. Can I give myself bardic inspiration as well?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna cap it there.
Okay. That's fine. It was worth the ask.
Always worth the ask.
Okay. I'm shaking. 13,
13.
please. Oh god.
There is something deep in your brain, inside of the logical processes that the brain retains, that knows something about yourself that you currently cannot recall. But you know it's there, at least.
I just have this feeling. Like, you know when you can't remember a word and it's like on the tip of your tongue and you know it's there, but you can't exactly like remember what that word is? Do either of you know that feeling?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
That is the exact feeling I feel right now, except it's not a word. It's like a very innate part of my being that's like just right on the tip of my tongue. I almost remember, but it's still in like the distance. Like I can't exactly reach it. It's y'all. No one here would happen to be able to, know any mind tricks or anything like that. Any way to kind of dig in there, I don't know, put me to sleep, start taking a look at my brain.
I probably could have done that.
Altrix
if we
walks
were
to
in
the
Acton.
door. Altrix walks to the
is-
door, and he is here to get dinner because it's dinner time.
Yeah. I was about to.
Altrix,
has that
Altrix, you
giant
walk out and
needle
see
he
this
sticks in his
unfolding.
back of his head. And that gets
Oh,
into
hey,
your brain.
Altrix.
Oh,
Altrix comes
The
stick that
soup
giant
is
needle
so good tonight.
in the back of Genevieve's head.
what?
Will the needle help me figure out why Korthals is in there and what Korthals is hiding from me? Altrix, will your needle do that? Oh,
DM.
for context.
I need context, y'all. I was
about to get there.
Korthals? We're back on him.
Oh,
Sorry.
apparently, Korthals is inside of Genevieve.
Yeah.
And we
No.
also DM. I have a question. Can I cast spell signature potentially related to this Korthals inside Genevieve?
Nope.
All right. I was trying to see if I had something I could do. I think that's the only thing I can do.
Okay.
Is,
Rewind. Korthals, the giant machine
Yeah.
we found,
Uh-huh.
is in Genevieve.
Yeah, it made a
Like, in
backup
my
copy to
brain.
her brain.
Yeah.
Okay. More feasible.
Then
Can we
what?
access?
What
know
do
how
you
to
want me
access
to do
that?
about it?
I would like for us to be able to access what information is hidden in there. I don't really like having this feeling that something's in my brain and it knows something that I don't. Plus, for your research purposes and possibly your mother's research purposes, it could be beneficial to figure out what's in there.
So what exactly do you want me to do?
What's this needle
It's
Paloma was referring to?
Yeah, your giant needle that sucks out people's thoughts.
Not an accurate statement. So the issue with that,
Uh-huh.
one, the brain is a very fickle thing, and you have to be rather careful about sticking a giant needle into it.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know what the anatomy of a brain with a spirit that was once a person, then a machine, and now is inside a person. I don't know how that interacts with the brain. I don't know if that's only in one part. I don't know if it shares the same occupancy as yours. Let alone normally you have to kind of concentrate on that memory, and I then require you to concentrate on memory you don't recall. Lastly, the spell has a range of self, and
Okay, I hear you. It sounds like you've never done this before in this context.
you do not want me to experiment by sticking a giant needle into your head.
Okay, hear me out. When we were in Akadon and you were dead, Paloma, I witnessed her with my own eyes. That memory I do recall. Operating on you. And from the looks of it, she did a pretty damn good job. So could you have Paloma do the needle thing and you do the arcane stuff? Can we try
Okay.
it?
Well,
I consent to it. Whatever you need me to sign, I'll sign it. So, when I come
Again,
back lobotomized, I
well,
don't sue you.
in that instance, I think it is fair to say Paloma did that because the worst thing that could happen was mutilating a corpse. Kinda can't get worse than dying. And again, 2, Paloma has no idea how this machine works. I don't think you want her working on it. And it requires both concentration of the patient.
Altrix, let me stop you there. When I haven't known you long, but in the time I have known you, you don't really stop at anything to make discovery and find new information, especially when it's, you know, your mom's life work. And the place that we were stuck in and nearly died multiple times. And, you know, I don't know. We walked away with some things, but wouldn't you want to know more?
I would. However, I think what you are suggesting, is low likelihood of success, high likelihood of lobotomizing you.
Okay, will someone play my lute and, you know, I don't know, get Pura to play my lute and
Somebody get Jared.
You know,
Give me that man.
and heal my brain.
I would not trust his ass with anything requiring fine motor skills.
Altrix.
What time is it? What time is it? It's like what, 3 p.m. He's already drunk, and
it's like 9 p.m. But okay.
I bet he woke up by 10 this morning.
You are far more concerned about the welfare of my brain than I am at this point, because I would really like to know what's going on.
So it sounds like you shouldn't be making decisions for yourself.
Oh, I can make perfectly sound decisions.
But you do not care for the welfare of your brain.
However,
Paloma, you can't be on board with this.
Paloma, back me up here.
I mean, I think I could do it.
She can do it.
I did surgery on you,
I
dissected Vellmon's soul.
She can do it.
Come
on.
Did you do it, or did the Acadonian machine do it?
Hey, I did
I'm reading the resume. She's hired. Are you on board or not?
No.
If you don't trust your own abilities, fine. I'll find someone else to do it. Maybe someone more capable.
Let's go ask his mom.
I wish you luck.
Ikea.
Truly. I cannot help you in this endeavor.
You could, but you won't.
He did say, so out of character, he did say the spell had a range of self. I was just hoping that maybe
I cannot cast it on others.
I was just hoping we could maybe convince Mason to let us, like, finagle it.
No, he can upcast on others.
No, it can't. It's a cantrip.
But what if you could?
But what if what if God is saying right now
what
that
if
you
we
can't?
tried?
DM said so.
Here's the actual ruling I'll make on it. You can certainly try, as you may do with anything in this game that we play. Chance and risk are obviously factors. Is it dangerous, like Altrix just said? Yeah, probably so. But does not mean that you can't do it. Or you can accept, Michelle, because I know this is not a Genevieve decision, this is a Michelle decision right now. You can just accept that there is something you won't know for some time.
I can't accept that.
Altrix has a +0 to medicine. He's not doing this.
Yeah, but I have, Paloma has +8, and I get something from the box, the medicine box or whatever.
Look, Altrix has already spent his 2nd level spell slots today.
No.
Dried up, gone.
Not acceptable. I
do not think. Look, it requires the concentration of the patient. The patient in question is an unwilling entity you say is inside your mind.
Mason.
Yeah.
Murex can connect codex to open node. Does Genevieve's brain count as an open node?
Yes, it does.
Please!
Yes, it does.
All right, I'm glad y'all have sorted that out. I'm gonna get dinner.
We're just sitting in the dining room.
Yeah.
Yeah, Altrix has a full plate right now.
We caught you on your way out of the kitchen.
The way the way that some of us were so down to lobotomize Genevieve.
You're still down. What are you talking about? You
I
were.
am.
You are.
I am.
Okay.
I really am. Genevieve might be happier a little lobotomized.
Oh no. I can do other
No,
things.
what's
No! Altrix is still hearing this conversation.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
As someone who
want
has
to-
seen people get lobotomized, you don't want that.
Yeah. Well, here's how we'll leave it in this particular scene. Is that, yes, Paloma, you absolutely can use Murex to connect to an open node, which would include Genevieve's brain with Cortexic. However, that is not the only thing you will need to do, and therefore you might need to take some time researching or preparing to actually do surgery if you're going to do that. So you don't accidentally, as Altrix has said, lobotomize Genevieve. Because contrary to what you might be okay with, I promise you, you're not okay with that. And we will leave all of you in that particular scene as is.
Darn it.
Reason opened up a can
Darn,
of worms he was
indeed.
not ready for. Lobotomy.
No, I knew. I'm sitting on this one too.
This is not the first time we've opened up the lobotomy can of worms.
When was
I know.
the first time?
Akis, when
Oh,
Altrix
right.
almost got lobotomized.
Yeah, almost got lobotomized. Yep. But we will transition from this scene, though, as we move to Altrix, actually, nearing the end of our downtime activities. Altrix, you can either make all those crafting checks now if you'd like to, or you can communicate with Aurelian Vost first. Either one is fine. But I will let you do both of those in this particular window.
Raylan Vost, simply because it's going to... my other messages will depend on what she responds with.
Sure.
So my first message to Raylan is... Likewise, Provonere struggling under the Gilded Order rule as they hunt for something that isn't here anymore. Can't leave before taking care of some things. Full stop.
Yes, the Gilded Order. I am familiar with their institution. Credit to Admiral Thicket for the idea. Similar situation in the Twins.
All right. Let me just write this down, make sure it's 25 words. All right. I'm going to just reball it. Understood. Gilded Order not working well without supervisory. Their return or replacement should happen soon before things get worse. Full stop.
Unfortunately, unlikely to occur. Both Thicket and Miletus, as well as the Aquatoria, are caught up in situation around Hestara. Tensions on the rise. No end in sight. Full stop.
Possible appointment, or rather, is it possible that new members be appointed to supervisory, even if temporary? Full stop.
Possible, but unlikely due to aforementioned situation. I'm sorry for your inconvenience. I can attempt to speak with Chancellor. No promises.
Unlikely is the best we can ask for. We'll do our best. From here. Let the Chancellor know that Lorem Ipsum is ready to help. Full stop.
I think there is a just like an okay that comes. She doesn't have much else to say, and then a few days later, you return to message her once again, and you can say something else, and she can respond to it.
Yep. Considering forming a back to above the table. We were talking about it was just forming a house, is all it was?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Consolidating into a house, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Considering benefits of consolidating Consilas Keep into an official house. Possible support from Moxicorol? Full stop.
Spoke with Chancellor. Unfortunately, Aquatoria believes Gilded Order has not done actual wrong in Provonere. Plans to retain them, unless otherwise noted. And then the next day, she sends you a message first to continue that train of thought.
Yep.
And it is support in some regards is present, but official support, no, as of yet. Best actions would be speaking with houses and nobles independently, in person, if at all possible.
Understood. Best of luck. Full stop.
All right, we'll leave it at that. And then crafting time.
Crafting time. I get to be an artificer.
Yay!
Hold on, let me pull up my file labeled workbench.
Atafrisuing.
All right. So how many total checks am I going to get?
I'm going to give you. Let me pull up my calculator real quick. I'm going to give you. Said 4 max per day.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you 38. Would give you 40, but I think there have been a couple instances that you needed to take time off.
So 38 2-hour segments.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Pull up a Google rolling platform.
All right.
Or roll all of them in person if you want to.
No, because I need to keep track of the order in case, like, failures.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so first one. I'm going to keep working what I've been working on. 17 on the die, that's a success. So that's 1. At 22.
Real hours.
That's a fail. That's also a fail, so that's 4 checks so far. I'm then going to spend 2 checks to take a 10. So that gets me to 6 checks, so that's 3 successes now.
Yep.
And the last one is a success. So that puts me to 7 uses. And that one is done. Come back to that later. Now, the Combustion Siphon Mark II. I now have 31 checks left.
Yes.
All right, I cannot take half on this.
No, you cannot.
DC is too high.
Yep.
However,
How unfortunate.
for this, so I've drawn 7 checks in, so that's 2 days. Every couple of checks, I'm obviously taking long rest in between, which refreshes my 2nd level spell slots, which I can enhance ability myself to get advantage.
Okay.
So, each day I can do basically 2 advantage and then 2 flat.
Okay. I'm following your logic.
So, first one, I'm gonna do flat. The fuck is that? Oh, that's a 7, okay. Alright, so 7 is a failure. Let me make note of the number I need to roll for it to be a success. Okay. So that's a failure. Second one, I'm going to roll flat. Actually, no, because it's the first one, I'm just going to cancel crafting and then roll flat again.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to do it again. Alright, so that's 3. 28 left. Alright. Is that? No, okay, that's just a failure. We're gonna do it again. Rolling exclusively single digits so far. We're gonna start over again.
It's alone.
We're gonna start over again. That one was an 11 on the die, but
Oh no.
that's cocked. It's just 1 shy, god damn it. Gonna start over again. Alright, that's 14 uses now. I have 24 left. I should start rolling with advantage. Actually, no. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Simply because I don't want to be rolling flat, I will half my number of crafting checks I can make in order to always roll with advantage.
Deal.
Basically, I'm never rolling flat when I could.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead. So you have 20.
That's a success.
4. Yeah. Okay.
I had 24, so it's 12 checks
12.
I get to make.
Yep. And you need 10 to complete this.
Yep, and the first one, that was a success.
Yeah.
With an 18 on the die. That's a success with a 15. $19 on the die. Switched out the dice, it's working. $17 and an 18. So that's 8 checks left. That's 4 successes. It's on the floor, doesn't count. Alright, so that's a failure. So I have how many left? 7?
7.
That's a success. $17 on die, success. 13 will not do it. That's a failure. That is also a failure.
And
Do I restart?
No, because as you fail, your mother stands behind you, Flash of Genius.
Oh, god damn it. I could be using Flash of Genius on these.
Yeah.
God damn it. That severely lowers the DC. Oh my god. Flash of Genius. All right, that would... Yeah, that'd be a success. God damn it. All right. So if I use Flash of Genius for the rest of these, hold on, let me recalculate my math. I need to get 9s. This is... That does it. So 1. Not 22. 3. Oh, at the last crafting check, that is 10 out of 10.
Okay. Very nice. And your mother, despite the latter portion of your crafting checks, she joins you and kind of observes and stands there and watches. And despite perhaps whatever she has been feeling for the last few days, she recognizes that her son has the same determination he has always had and has finally decided to break the silence and at least help a little bit. And I will send you that item for you to add to your inventory.
Me searching for the add item to inventory button. And just to confirm, because this is using the anchor, I should remove one of the anchors from my inventory?
Yes, you should.
Thank
Just
you.
know that it's always in there.
Yeah, it's just, is it technically in the crafting thing, so.
Yeah. No worries. She
Understood.
smiles. Yeah, she smiles at you and just, good job. And then turns and will leave you to be on that one. And we leave Altrix in that particular moment. As we pan to Paloma, as you wrap up your training with Irsi, what is the last activity of the week that you teach Irsi?
I would like to teach her how to block effectively.
Okay.
Like Paloma takes her quarterstaff, which she has but does not use, and like wraps a blanket around the end and ties it there so that it's like cushioned, and then she starts swinging it at Irsi from different directions, so that she can learn to block.
Okay. Takes her a little while to get a hang of it, but she gets a hang of it nonetheless. And she will train with you for that particular day. Pura, after much time away from the coastal chateau in the latter half of the week, returns with a sack full of rats and is just covered in blood. Nobody dares ask Pura where that came from, though. However, Pura, as you do return, Marigold Burrows hands you a decently sized, we'll call it a medium-sized chest full of 1,100 platinum pieces, the equivalent of 11,000 gold, as that is what you have asked her to cash out for you, and hands that to you whenever you return. Altrix, despite your crafting checks being made, of course, the ringing noise still persists, though a little bit more infrequent, and just an ever so subtle reminder to take a look at that object that you keep envisioning. But we return to Zeiros. As you finish up crafting your own check, if you would describe to us what it is that Zeiros created and how Zeiros wrapped up that crafting process.
So, we're going to flash a few days through the rest of the days. Every day, Zeiros goes out to the church and does this, like, huge, just, like... I wouldn't be surprised if, like, those who are more innate with magic can feel, like, that magic power. Just because, like, Zeiros is using a legendary item, divine intervention, plus a bunch of decently, like, and plus, like, at least a one high-powered magical essence item of the scale. So, basically, as it goes through, a little by little, the items are starting to deteriorate and being almost, like, forged into the amulet that my amulet that I have. And then eventually on the last day, there's still, like, a decent chunk of it, but the last day, Zeiros pulls out that, like, last bit of magic and is able to, like, connect with the reality chip a bit and, like, their, like, power to give it that one final oomph that it needs. And basically, the room itself almost begins to, like, warp and, like, shift as reality itself kind of bends around these objects, with, like, and, like, they are all, like, kind of almost like the center of where the amulet almost turns into, like, what I would say is like a black hole type looking object, that all of the items kind of get sucked into the amulet area. And, like, it basically almost like the magic turns into almost like the event horizon of the black hole type deal. And like, almost like time still, the world holds still for a second as Zeiros just reaches forward into the black hole that they've created and pulls out an amulet. That basically it is made of, like, the material of, like, the black scale, as well as having bits of the moonstone. The center has that forest emerald, that part of it, and there's, like, little bits and pieces of some of the other magic items, and all of it on, of course, the like, chain made of, like, the different materials as well. As it's I would say it's not as nice as what Altrix makes. It's not sciencey. It's more divine item creation. As reality basically snaps back to what it is normally. Though all the items that were used in the creation of this are gone. And all that's left is this amulet.
Very nice. And since you already have that item in your chat, you can go ahead and add it to your inventory. And we'll leave it at that as well. And with that, as our 10-day window wraps up, believe it or not, we did get through all of those activities in one session, and I'm very proud of all of us for doing so. With that also comes the finalization of the construction projects of the Bastion. And new facilities become opened to all of you as you are kind of finishing your own downtime. The Bastion finishes its own upgrades as well. And in that, Marigold Burrows is pleased to introduce to you the various hirelings that have been hired on as different workers for certain facilities. And that includes, I'm just going to list off some names, and you guys can check on your Bastion tracker document at a later time for reference as well. That includes Sir Brannock Hale, a human male who is a combat expert in the training area, joined by Tessra Finn, Dondak, and Umaril as training partners in that area. Kalith Esco as your circle attendant for your teleportation circle. Winpel Rowe as your scroll scribe for your scriptorium. A female Furbolg named Madish who handles the greenhouse that you have built. Vernick Kundar as the vault warden over this space, as well as 4 new defenders to your lineup as well, maxing out and filling up currently all the space you can have with a 12-person barracks. And with that, we will, I suppose, wrap up for this evening. We will continue our next episode exploring the fruitions, the fruit of the labor of the Bastion, of the Coastal Chateau in this 10-day window. So all of those activities will be completed when we return, as well as players be on the lookout or planning side of being prepared to initiate another Bastion turn at your next orders, including the 5 additional facilities that you've added. But that can wait until next time. So until then, my fellow players and our audience, thank you all very much for joining us. We will go ahead and close our episode right there. Have a good night. And as a reminder, the adventure does in fact continue. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.